pending or potential litigation, personnel,
So moved.
and
So moved.
security matters.
So moved.
Those were choppy, Mr. Mayor. Can you tell me?
Yeah, they were choppy.
And Mr. Brown, I'll need Attorney Brown to restate his motion as well. That
A motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing security matters, pending or potential litigation, and personnel.
And
So
real,
moved.
and real estate.
No, sir.
No real estate today, sir. Madam Clerk, that's the commissioner from the second with the motion and the commissioner from the fifth with the second.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis. She's out. Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett, Mr. Hassan,
Yes, yes.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carried with Ms. Davis, Mr. Franum, and Mr. Garrett out.
Okay, everyone, we're going to transition into the breakout room. And when we get there, we'll pause for a moment before we proceed with the business at hand. Okay.
Hey,
Hey man, this crap ain't working at all. It's like the first time you try the first one, it's not giving you.
okay. Go up to the go up to the AV room. Keep me on the call.
You got key in the AV room.
It's a card.
Okay.
You got access to it, don't you?
No, I don't.
All the way down the end of the hall.
What's that?
You got it?
Yeah, I make it.
All right. Look on the rack on the left side. Under the counter.
Okay.
You see on the very bottom, it looks like a power, it should be a power UPS.
Yeah, I FaceTime. How about that?
Huh?
I'm a FaceTime.
Okay. All right. Okay. On the bottom, it's real blurry for some reason. There you go. Okay, move that chair. The bottom left down there. No, in the front. Let me see the front. Okay. Let me see what's on the right rack. No, it's the left rack. So that thing on the very bottom is a power backup battery backup thing. You need to cut the power on that and plug it and then turn it back on. Is there a power switch on the front? That thing on the very bottom, yeah. Actually, all of that looks off. It is off.
Yeah.
Well, hell, see if you can turn it on. That's the problem. Should be a power switch for it. On the back side, there should be a like a big switch. It could have been tripped. That's probably why they've been telling me that the live stream is the encoder's been offline. Somebody's calling me. Let me see who this is.
Commissioner Williams. Dennis Williams.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man. I appreciate it. I need something now, though. I don't know if I want to call Uber Eats or what.
Call Gardner Brown.
What you say?
I said, call Gardner Brown.
What's that?
Hey, we ain't buying from your kids.
We are on the floor. I want to remind everybody that we are on the floor.
Oh,
Attorney Brown, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Didn't know we were on the floor.
Yes, we are on the floor. You said you needed 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm done.
We gave you 8.
I'm done. I'm ready, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Clerk. All right, Attorney Brown.
Mr. Mayor, Commission, we will request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
second.
Second.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem with the motion, Commissioner from the 9th with the second. All right.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Frenham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan, Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams, Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Hassan, and Mr. Dennis Williams out.
I was muted.
All right. All right, Attorney Brown.
Mr. Mayor, we will request a motion to authorize an annual salary of $160,000 for Jarvis Sims as interim administrator commencing August 22nd, 2020, and to approve and authorize the payment of the sum of $23,882.02 to Jarvis Sims in correction of his salary as interim administrator, covering the pay periods commencing April 16, 2019 through the end of the pay period beginning August 8, 2020.
So move. Second.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, I've got a motion from the Commissioner from the 9th with a second from the 10th.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Frenham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Here.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Brown.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, a motion to approve the appointing and hiring of Alan Saxon as interim director of Augusta Utilities Department at an annual salary of $118,000, $179.68. As is the custom, Mr. Mayor, we have since found that Mr. Wiedemeyer was assigned a car, did not receive a car allowance. So this will be the extent of the motion.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, motion from the commissioner from the third, with a second from the mayor pro tem.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Attorney Brown.
Motion to approve the hiring of Cedric Taylor in the position of Deputy Warden Security at RCCI with an annual salary of $81,922.80.
So move. Second.
Madam Clerk, motion from the commissioner from the sixth with a second from the 10th.
Okay. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Attorney Brown.
Mr. Mayor, motion to approve the hiring of Timothy Parson in the position of Project Engineer, Land Development at a salary of an annual salary of $80,000, and to further approve the hiring of Mo Mogoob in the position of Project Engineering Infrastructure with the annual salary of $80,000.
So move. Second.
Madam Clerk, motion from the commissioner from the sixth, second from the 9th.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son, Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Attorney Brown.
Mr. Mayor, motion to approve and to enter EPD consent order regarding Richmond County Bridge Road Phase 2C landfill.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, motion from the 8th, the second from the 3rd.
What we approve, Mr. Mayor? What's the motion?
This is the consent order, and the amount that already has been agreed upon was the $3,000. This is item 2A. Okay?
Okay,
Consistent with what the commission approved previously.
okay.
Yep.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Attorney Brown.
Mr. Mayor, motion to authorize Augusta's mayor and administrator to continue and renew security system coverage for the proposed premium.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Madam Clerk, motion from the 6th, second from the 2nd.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
Commissioner from the 8th.
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion to approve updating and revising Augusta's solid waste management plan with the inclusion of Dixon Airline Recycling and Disposal, LLC, C&D landfill, in addition to the Augusta's landfill and the task Environmental Services Department to bring back to the commission such solid waste management plan revision within 60 days or as permitted by law.
Second.
Question, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'm gonna come to you. Madam Clerk, you got a motion from the 8th, a second from the 10th. All right, Commissioner from the 9th, state your inquiry.
I'll make a 7-2 motion that we deny the Airline Dixon Road, Airline Dixon landfill to pursue any other venture with this solid waste plan that we have in Augusta. We have been through that test. We can't put a plan together and add them in that plan. That would be unlawful. And I can't speak for the attorney, but maybe he can speak to that. And we can put another plan together, but we can't add them in.
All right, Commissioner, what's your substitute motion, sir? Can you clarify that for me?
My substitute vote is to deny the solid waste plan that they did not meet the
Letter of consistency.
Well, right. I'm sorry. Letter consistency. Deny the letter consistency. They didn't meet the solid waste plan.
Second.
I've got a motion from the commission from the 9th to deny letter of consistency referring to the matter of Dixon Airline Recycling and Disposal LLC, and a second from the commissioner from the 6th. Voting.
Clark,
No.
Ms. Davis,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Son,
Yes.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion fails 4-6 with Mr. Clark, Ms. Davis, Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett, Mr. Bobby Williams, Mr. Dennis Williams voting no.
And Madam Clerk, back to the previous motion.
I didn't get any clarification from the attorney, Mr. Mayor. You can't add a company in and do
And revise our plan.
revise our plan and add a company in. And that's ludicrous. That's crazy. So I need to hear from the attorney. Is that legal? We go ahead and vote. I'm not going to support it, but we go ahead and vote if that's legal.
All right, just hold on a minute, if you will, please, sir. Thank you very much. Attorney Brown.
Yes, a governing body can revise this plan at any time. In revising this plan, it can eliminate landfills or it can add new landfills. A public entity can have both private and public landfills as a part of their plan, but it takes a majority of the governing body to do so.
Okay, my question to you, Mr. Attorney, is that if Augusta needed a landfill, if this body requested an additional landfill, that may be, to revive it and to add in another one. But since we do not need one, is that legal?
What you're saying is correct, but it's up to the governing body to determine if it needs one.
I get that, and our landfill director hadn't brought us to that point to say we needed one. We paid a group to come in to qualify a landfill who said that we didn't need one. So I'm asking you, is it legal for us to even vote on that, even though we had the right to do it? To give your advice is what we're asking for.
my advice is that as to the application that Dixon Airline Recycling Disposal have to have a landfill with our current plan, I believe, as Bill Centec has reported, that it is inconsistent, and I would request that the commission not grant them one on the current landfill. However, the motion to revise the plan and to add a private airline is legal, but it's up to the commission to decide if it wants to add a landfill. It can if it desires to do so. But it would be bad for Augusta, legally speaking, and in terms of running our landfill, if we approve them without changing our plan. If you're going to change your plan, that would have to be a decision of the commission.
Okay, my last question,
which is what's before you now. Why don't we just vote on the commission? Y'all
vote.
But
no, I need some answers. Now we ain't gonna just vote on it. I need to get some answers. What would that do for any other landfill if we don't consider anybody else? If we just gave it to one, there's other landfill around this area that we'll set ourselves up, and this is strictly to the attorney. Will we setting ourselves up for another lawsuit or not?
No, the city has the prerogative to decide how many landfills it wants.
Okay.
It could add 2 more, it could add 1 more, it could stay the way it is and not add any.
Okay.
Mayor, can I get one clarification?
Yes, sir.
I just want to ask the commissioner from the 6th. Was his motion to add a landfill or to add a company into our landfill plan?
No. All right. So let's back up, Commissioner. I think you're directing that to the commissioner from the 8th. Would you like for him to restate?
I'm sorry, the 8th. I apologize. I just want to get clear.
Restate his motion. Commissioner from the 8th, please restate your motion.
Yes, sir. Motion to approve updating and revising Augusta Solid Waste Management Plan with the inclusion of the Dixon Airline Recycling and Disposable LLC C&D landfill, in addition to the Augusta's landfill, and to task Environmental Services Department to bring back to the commission such solid waste management plan revision within 60 days or as permitted by law.
So we're actually including another landfill and a private company. Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner from the 6th, you have a question? You're muted. You're muted, sir.
Unmuted now. I think the machine system muted me by itself. Commissioner, Mr. Brown, Attorney Brown, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
We can draw a company into our plan because that's what the motion is saying, if I'm not mistaken. He said to revise the plan and to include Dixon Airline, to include them in our plan.
Yes, you could do that, but the plan will have to come back to you for approval.
I mean, first of all,
revising it, you can't revise the plan and approve the plan with this vote. It simply is a vote to task the environmental service department to revise the plan, but it still would come back to you for a vote to make sure that it meets regulations and makes sense to you.
Okay, all right.
All right, Madam Clerk, voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
No.
Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
No.
Mr. Sias,
Madam Clerk, he's muted. Commissioner from the 4th, you are muted.
Abstain.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
no.
That motion carries with Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Hassan, Mr. Marion Williams voting no, and Mr. Sias, Mr. Sias abstaining.
Okay. All right, Attorney Brown, we've got one final matter, and that is the matter of, I believe, Avalina Ross. Attorney Brown.
A motion to approve a 5% salary increase for Albino Ross commencing July 26, 2020.
So move.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, motion from the 6th, second from the 5th. Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Sun,
Yes.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Madam Clerk, Attorney Brown, I believe that's all of the business that was before us in executive session.
Yes,
At
sir.
this point, I believe we are prepared to go into a administrative services matter involving a protest.
That's correct.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Chairman of Administrative Services, Chairman Sines.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bonner, do you know we have all the parties on standby and ready to go?
They are. Yes, sir, they are.
All right. Do we have a quorum for the administrative services?
As far as I know,
Yes, sir.
We'll call the meeting to order, please, ma'am.
Okay.
At this time, we'll call administrative services to order. And we'll
Chairman,
recognize Madam Clerk.
Chairman Sias, could you please ask Information Technology if they're prepared to bring in the protester as well as the presenters from procurement?
Yes, ma'am. IT, you there?
Yes, sir. The public is on right now in the commission chambers. I think the protesters are in that room, and we have their materials available.
Do we have someone for procurement in that room?
I believe they are pulling them now. Okay, so Jerry Sams is in the waiting room. You want to pull her in?
Yes.
I believe the protester will go first, and
Yes,
then
ma'am.
Sam.
As soon as we get everybody in, we'll recognize the issue, and then we'll start with the ones who want to file the protest. Okay, I see Miss Sams her name is up there, and she ain't connected yet, but we'll give her a second. All right, good. Well, at this time, we have a request to deny the protest and appeal of Tanner Gray Media regarding RLP 20-172. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right, and who will be speaking for the company? Who will be speaking for the protesters?
Rhett Bailey.
Mr. Bailey, you have 5 minutes to present your case, and then they'll allow the same time frame for procurement to present their case on this. Just 1 second, please. All right, proceed, sir.
Yes, sir. So thanks for listening to me today. So on February 6th, the RFP came out for the airport. And on that RFP, it clearly stated on the cover and within each page in the bottom right corner of the RFP for 26 pages that the RFP was due on March the 19th. So unforeseen circumstances with COVID, we got a message on March 17th that said that the bid was suspended and the offices were closed.
Yeah, positive. All right, thank you.
Can y'all hear me fine?
Yes, just heard a little background noise. Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
So on 2 days before the bid was due, there was a notice that came out to say we could no longer submit bids because of COVID. Everything was closed down. So fast forward to May. On May the 14th, I received mail saying that the bid was opening up on May 20th. And then there was a Zoom call for the bid opening. We had already, it was 4 days before the bid where I got it. We had already scheduled production, so I wasn't on that call. I followed up with that call with a conversation with Mrs. Sims asking, how could there be on this? How could there be an official bid result posted within 5 days if we haven't had a due date yet on when the RFP was due? She said, well, the RFP was due on the 20th at 11 a.m. when we were having this Zoom call. I said, well, how would I have known that the RFP was due during this time? And she said, well, it was assumed that the RFP was due on the 20th. And so I told her that doesn't make sense to me, that it was clearly stated on the RFP that the bid was due on the 19th. That got shut down. A memo came out that said, we'll clearly communicate when it is due. And on none of the addendums that we received after that, I didn't receive addendum 1 and 2 because we were closed down for COVID. They tried to deliver mail and they couldn't successfully do that. But I did get the 3rd one. And within that, we had a conversation. I talked to Ms. Sims about that. She said, this is just the way that we've always done things. And that I should have known that the RFP was due on this date, even though there wasn't a due date given. And I referenced the email that they sent for the COVID that said, we continuously closely monitor the coronavirus known as the COVID-19. We have determined that we must alter our regular business operations. And so that was where I was talking to Ms. Sims and say, hey, listen, I'm not asking for the contract. I'm just asking for a seat at the table. I want what's best for Augusta. We went through this bid process before, created RFP, created a presentation, submitted it, good feedback on all that sort of stuff. For some reason that closed down and resubmitted for another. And so I'm at the point now where we've done the RFP, we've done all the legwork, and there wasn't clear communication. If there was anywhere on any of this documentation that said this bid is due at this specific time, then the bid would have been turned in because we had already completed the bid. We just had an opportunity to turn it in. So I'm here today to ask for the opportunity to turn it in. I have all the RFPs with me. I can turn them in directly after this meeting for submittal. And so when we had that conversation, we also had a conversation post that when I asked to speak to y'all. So we'll speak to the city administrator, and it was the same sort of notation there of you should have assumed that it was due on the 20th because the fonts are larger on these dates, which didn't make much sense to me. So I'm here now asking if I can please submit the RFP for the airport marketing.
Let me just pause you for a second. I'm gonna grant you additional 5 minutes so you have the opportunity to completely present your case. I don't want you rushing. So you have up to 10 minutes, and right now you're about 4 minutes. So you still have another 6 minutes, whatever you want to present.
So, I mean, in a nutshell, that's where we're at, is that I feel like because of COVID and where we were at, that there was unprecedented times and unprecedented circumstances. And so when we reissued these memos, there's no communication through email, even though we had used email prior to this experience. We had used email to communicate, but there wasn't any email communicated. And when I got this document here, it says new RFP opening date is the subject of the email. Nowhere on here does it say there was a due date for the RFP to be turned in.
That concludes your statement now, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, at this time, we will hear from our procurement director, agent, or whoever, a representative from procurement. And can we take down that sharing of the screen there for the moment? Thank you.
Am I muted? No.
You're on, Ms. Sams. You have 10 minutes.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, commissioners.
Can't see you, Ms. Sams. Is that by design?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good evening, commissioners. This is Jerry Sams, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak with you as it relates to the RFP item number 2172. Unfortunately, the gentleman who's speaking obviously have me confused with someone else because he did not speak to me. And I'm just hearing team members says, no, he didn't speak with you, he spoke with me. So he spoke to someone on my team. So I take responsibility for what they have said, but they have also told me that parts of that statement is not justifiably true. But one of the most important things I need to state here is that it was clear that the bids were going to be open on May the 20th at 11 o'clock per addendum number 3 that I'm hoping the IT department can put up on your screen. So it was very clear when it was going to be open. Because the addendum states such, it says from Thursday, March the 26th at 11 o'clock to Wednesday, May the 20th at 11 o'clock. And the vendor stated that he did in fact receive addendum 3. Everything else that the vendor has said, we have addressed to him as it relates to his questions concerning the way we communicated with him. All of that information was in your packages, and you would see a letter dated June the 9th in which we addressed all of his questions and concern. And we also had a meeting with the vendor and the administrator, and we talked with and went over with him how the city worked. And it's not one of those things where we casually take the postponement of our bids very casually. We sent 3 addendums talking to him about when our purpose, when he was to submit his bid. Even though the building was closed, the procurement office was closed to the public, the procurement office was open to the vendors, and we made provisions for any vendor who wanted to drop off something. Of course, all of the correspondences to our vendors, they have contact information on it, on them. It could have been a simple phone call if he misunderstood when the opening date was. And I have 2 where he picked up this mail, addendum 3 on the 11th, I think it was. So of course, if he has it already today, he should have had it already prior to today and made some type of contact with us. I'm asking that you continue to deny his request because the procurement office is not in a position to call every vendor to make sure that they understand the process. And if he missed the addendums, we are not to call him to see why he did not respond. And the post office tried on several occasions to deliver this information to him. And as he stated, his office was closed, and that's so unfortunate. We have 8 vendors who competed for this process, and I would like for you to deny his request so that we can proceed with awarding this bid.
Thank you. Can we clear the screen, IT? Does any members of the Administrative Services Committee or the Commission as a whole that's on, do anyone have a question for either? Sir, I believe you said your name was May, correct?
Rhett Bailey.
Mr.
Rhett.
Bailey, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any question for Mr. Bailey or Ms. Sams? Okay, well, I have just one question for you, Mr. Bailey. In looking at the documentation that was sent out, that was a certified mail receipt for information from the procurement department. Did your company sign for that?
Yes, sir, it did. I believe we signed for it on the 14th. I think it went out on the 11th and we signed for it on the 14th.
And that is the issue in question. Am I correct?
No, sir, not to me, because there's no question whether or not I signed it or got this addendum 3. My qualms is that there was never a date issued anywhere on this addendum 3 or addendum 1, 2, and 3, because I went back to review those other two that we couldn't get. There's nowhere on here that says your RFP is due on this date. To me, understanding this and even the subject line of new RFP opening date, we suspended an RFP and now we're opening it back up in order for you to be able to submit your proposal in your RFP. So what I'm looking for on any addendum or any paperwork besides the original RFP is a new due date of when the RFP is due.
Mr.
The work was already done.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailey. Commissioner Son, was that you, sir?
Yes, it was, sir. And
Go ahead.
I have a question for Ms. Sams, please.
Yes,
He's
sir.
standing by. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Ms. Sam,
Yes, sir.
when did you actually receive the RFPs?
On the 20th
Of
of
what?
May.
So the opening, so it said new RFP opening day, that's the same day you received them and open them in the same day? It could be a language, my misunderstanding of the language.
Addendum 3 says the RFP opening date for RFP number 2172, Airport Marketing Agency for Augusta Regional Airport, has been changed from Thursday, March 26, 2020 to Wednesday, May the 20th, 2020.
So back to my question. So when you said opening date, that's the same, that means the day you receive them, and that's what that means as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to find out, is the language. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Commissioner.
But I do have another question though. Still a commissioner?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Son.
Okay, even on what you just read to me, Ms. Sam, I'm just for clarity here. You got from March the 26th, but at that point, you in the May the 11th that you actually sending this out.
I beg your pardon?
I'm saying, even though you're saying you're gonna do it on May the 20th, but the actual date, it look like you're informing everybody is May the 11th, but you're talking about a date that's already passed, which is March 26th at that point.
No, it wasn't.
The original opening date was March the 26th.
Okay.
That was the original opening date.
Right.
So yes, sir.
Okay. But that's what I'm saying, the date up here is May the 11th, 2020, but you're referring back from March of 26th. I was looking at that. All right, thank you, ma'am. No problem.
You're quite welcome, sir.
I see Commissioner Garrett's hand. Did someone have their hand up prior to that? I heard a voice. All right, Commissioner Garrett, go ahead, please.
Thanks, sir. This question is for Ms. Sams as well.
Yes,
We've heard this process for the marketing out of the airport numerous times. There's been times where it's come before us asking for extension after extension. So my question to you is, how many different RFPs or extensions or different addendums have been sent out in regard to this ongoing process?
For this particular one, there were 3 addendums on this particular project, and on the earlier project, there was 1.
And wasn't your office also shut down during this time when, y'all were asking for replies back for the RFP?
The city of Augusta was shut down to the public. It just was not the procurement office. In fact, the procurement office was working during the shutdown for public entrance into the building. And what the procurement department did, we came to work in spite of, and we gained a partnership with the marshal's office in case some bids were brought in. We had a box down there, they'd call us, we'd go down there and pick them up. We also worked in the procurement department and were available to any vendor who had a question for us. The municipal building was open on the due date of the bid.
Thank you. Well, and I know I'm not on this committee, but just my 2 cents, I really believe that since this has been such a confusing time for so many, trying to figure out the ins and outs of who's open, who's not open, I really hope that we allow this RFP to be heard. Thank you.
Mr. Garrett,
Thank you,
if
ma'am.
we allow the RFP to proceed and we accept this vendor, what are you going to do when vendor 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at a later date decide to request the same thing?
It depends on their paperwork trail, and it also depends to see, exactly what happened. Looking at the paperwork that we're all seeing, it's not exactly clear to us either.
Commissioner,
Mr.
may I approach
Size.
him?
Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner Sykes.
Hold on, Commissioner Bobby Williams. I can barely see you. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, then I go to Commissioner Bobby
Thank
Williams.
So my question is, you stated the dates of March 26th to May 20th. Are you saying, Ms. Sam, this is for Ms. Sams, are you saying that May 20th is the open and the close date? Because there is no close date of this RFP in this paperwork. It just says you change the opening date. What is the close date on this paperwork, on that piece of paper?
Well, a close date wasn't given because the closing date does not take place until the closing take place. Right now, we are talking about the opening date where the vendors will submit their submittals to the procurement department. They are open, reviewed, and after they're reviewed, they're given to you all. The closing date is when you all consider the recommendations from the procurement department and from the other persons. Now, this particular vendor participated in the earlier RFP under the same conditions and received an addendum with the same format and didn't have no problem.
Did they submit everything correctly in the 1st in February?
And the 1st in February, yes, sir, they did.
Okay, I'm still a little confused on the whole situation, to be honest with you. Thank you, Commissioner Sykes.
Commissioner Bobby Williams.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Commissioner. Ms. Sams, no disrespect to you or your department or your work that you do out here. I've heard many times that you do great work. I think this is something that COVID got in the way of as far as communication is concerned. We got some commissioners asking about the different dates. There appears to be maybe a mix up in the dates or what have you. Of course, this place was closed for a couple of days. That's because of the COVID. I'm sure he would have been there to receive it. So I think we need to kind of just chalk this one up to COVID and go ahead and let him submit his RFP. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, sir, if that's your will.
Ms. Sam, I have a couple of questions for you. Additionally, how many vendors were totally on this in this process of this particular RFP? How many?
There were 8.
Okay, out of that 8, how many missed the deadlines or whatever that was going on or what was due? Reference this opening issue. How many missed that deadline?
1.
And the other, you said was 7 or 8?
There were 8 total, 1 missed it.
So seven of the vendors met all requirements of compliance as far as being in on the bid. As far as participating with the bid. In this process right here.
I'm sorry, sir. There were 8 submittals and all of them received the information and submitted the bid. The company that protested and did not submit a bid.
So we had out of the 8, 7 submitted in accordance with the guidelines and requirements that you had put out.
Let me go back over that. There were 8 submittals received. Only 1 vendor is stating that he did not receive or understand the information.
Okay.
So I have
All
one
right,
more question. I have a final question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tom.
Ms. Sams, I want to go back to, I think you mentioned around February. What happened in February? You said in February, he successfully, I believe, and if I'm putting words in your mouth, I apologize in advance. He successfully submitted everything. what happened at that time that you had to postpone everything? Or did I misunderstand you?
Hold on, Mr. Commissioner. In February, how would that be? Mr. Commissioner, let me do some research right quick. Look at some information.
Okay.
The first bid that he submitted, that we had on the street, was issued on February the 6th, 2019. It was advertised. There were 17 vendors to include this vendor. And it did not receive a recommendation from the user department. And we had to rebid it.
Do they have to give you a reason why they did not?
I beg your pardon?
Did they have to give you a fact-finding reason for not making a recommendation?
Yes, sir, they did.
What was their reason?
Contemplating whether to bring some of the services in-house or they want to
At that time, the user department was contemplating bringing some of the services in-house.
Then why did they put it on the street? I know you can't answer for them.
I can't answer that, sir.
Commissioner, I'd rather when you tie all that together, they put it on the street and now they want to use it in-house. Is it possible? I'm just going to say this. Is it possible they didn't get the vendor they want? So they changed the game plan and went back and done something different? Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. Now we had discussion. We've heard the issues on both sides. Now, and to Mr. Bailey, what happens here is this Administrative Services Committee, regardless of the vote to deny or sustain or substantiate your issue, is it goes to the full commission for a vote on the next scheduled commission meeting. All right. So at this time, if there are no further questions, I want to ask the Administrative Services Committee to vote. Ms. Bonner. And the vote is to deny this appeal, protest, I should say.
Okay. Is there a motion to that effect from the committee, sir?
We can use the agenda motion, Ms. Bonner, and that motion is to deny the protest and appeal of the great media. Is that okay?
That is for me. Do you have your committee who's making that motion?
Do we have a member of the committee to make a motion, either for or against?
Ms. Davis is me. She's a member, Mr. Clark, Mr. Bobby Williams. Is he? Ms. Davis is muted.
I was going to make a motion that we allow him to submit the RFP.
Let me ask the attorney a question before you go. Mr. Attorney, can that motion fit this situation?
No.
Hold on, Ms. Sam. I'm
sorry.
Talking to the attorney. Mr. Attorney, can that motion that the Commissioner from the Fifth was making to allow this guy to submit an RFP? I'm not sure if that fit the situation, but what's your take on it? Ms. Sams has already kind of blurted out her thought on that, but I was talking to you.
No, that would not be an appropriate motion. It's either to approve or deny the protest.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
I make a motion to approve the protest.
And second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to what they say, approve or grant the protest. Approve the protest, Anna. All right, is that fit, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, sir.
All righty. At this time, we'll vote, Ms. Bonner.
All right, Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
No, no, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That motion fails 2-2 with Mr. Clark and Mr. Bobby Williams voting yes, Ms. Davis and Mr. Sias voting no. So
Thank you,
move
Madam Clerk.
forward with no recommendation, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This issue will go forward to the full commission with no recommendation from the Administrative Services Committee.
And that
And
will
Mr.
be
Bailey, that will be
September 1st.
scheduled. What'd you say, Ms. Bonner?
September 1st.
All right, you got that, Mr. Bailey?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for coming before us today, and we'll see you then on September the 1st.
There'll be communication on time.
Say again?
There'll be communication on time that I need to be here. Same
The meeting will
time?
be scheduled to start at 2 p.m.
Yes, sir.
You can get an update if necessary.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, this concludes the Administrative Services protest hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, Madam Clerk, Attorney Brown. All right. Is everybody ready to rock and roll, or you want to take a 5-minute recess?
Let's keep moving.
All right. Okay. Madam Clerk, I'm ready to rock and roll as well. All right, we call the August 18th full commission meeting to order, with our invocation being led by the distinguished lady from the 3rd, Commissioner Mary Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Sorry, I think someone's phone.
Yep. And followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If we'll have everybody to mute their devices except for Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, please look after us in the city and in our nation, as well in our country and in our world, that we stay peaceful with each other, that we love each other, that we reach out to those that are hurting. Please help us to stay strong as families, and we stay strong as individuals that are trying to work together, no matter where you come from, no matter what race, no matter what gender. Dear Lord, please help the commission and the mayor today make the best decisions for Augusta, Georgia, as we move this city forward. Thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic
For which it stands, one
One
nation,
under
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
Madam Clerk. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. The matter of addendum items, I'd like to address that first. If you could walk us through the addendum items as they've come in, so we can take action on whether we're adding those or not.
Okay. Under the addition portion of the agenda, subsection delegation is a request from Commissioner Mary Davis to have Mr. Keith Henry added regarding maintenance issues on Henry Street.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Henry called me today. We're going to postpone that for 2 weeks.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, sorry, I meant to call you on that. I apologize.
So that
All
will be
right.
reported to the next meeting, okay?
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Clerk, next one.
Public safety is a request from the Sheriff's Department to add for purchase of additional weaponry with existing funds in their current budget. Item number 2 is a request from the Superior Court asking for additional position to increase and to direct mediation and add a family law component to self-represented litigants throughout the Augusta Judicial Circuit Courts. Funding has been available, has been identified to fund this additional position in your materials that were sent out earlier. Item number 3 is a request from the fire department through administration is to approve a public health agreement with Augusta, Georgia and the Georgia Department of Public Health to serve as a close point of dispensing in the event of a declared emergency. Item 4 under additions will be administrative services is to add the disparity study for approval, award of contract. Under supplemental information is additional information submitted by Housing and Community Development regarding item number 20, Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
was there a timeline on this CAPER report? If it's not time sensitive, and I'm sure it's easy to say it is, I'd rather we push that to our next meeting, September 1.
HCD did not indicate that to me. The item on the agenda is to receive it as information. So they were not asking for declarative action on the commission.
All right, so we'll push that to September 1.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question as well.
I'm going to come to you. I remembered you had your hand up.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir. All
Mr.
right.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Okay, Commissioner, go ahead, sir.
On the courts issue, I have a couple of questions about that. The Madam Clerk, I know she mentioned there's some figures there for us. I didn't see the figures, Ms. Bowman. Was some figures there?
They had covered it with with a revenue stream that's within the court system itself. We have the court administrator available. If the commission decides to add this, they will make themselves available to answer your questions.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'll let you decide whether they want to, let my colleagues decide whether they want to add it or not. Also, I see it for the circuit, the whole judicial circuit. And so I don't know, are we bearing a portion of the cost, all of the costs, or what have you?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Those are the questions they will be able to answer for you.
Okay. All right.
Right. So what's in front of us right now, really, I asked Ms. Bonner to just iterate those for us so that we could decide what we were dealing with as so many of them were coming in. You got, again, there were 5 items. One we've taken off, pushed that to September 1. You've got the matter that the commissioner from the 6th brought forward, the disparity study, and then, of course, these other matters. Do we have general consent to add items 1, 2, 3, and 4? The weapons, Superior Court conversation, fire department, and the disparity study. Okay, all right, without objection. All right, Madam Clerk. All right, so we will debate those matters. Okay.
Okay.
All right. while we're talking through this, Madam Clerk, looks like everybody wants to talk about item number 9 on the agenda. So they came in the form of a delegation. Are there any folks who decided not to speak on the delegation today before we move forward? Anyone called and said they didn't want to speak?
No, sir, we have not received such notification.
All right, fantastic. All right, Madam Clerk, back to you in the matter of consent, adding or removing.
Our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 8. Items 1 through 8.
All right, Madam Clerk, Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you, sir. Just want to request that we delete item number 24.
Just remember, delete item 24.
Yes, and also delete item number 34.
Item number 34.
And did we agree to move item 20 to September 1st? And the reason I'm asking that, just to make sure I had requested that. That's correct?
That is correct.
Number 24, you say?
Delete, we are moving item 20 to the next and delete item 24 and requesting to delete item 34 as well.
Okay.
All right, everybody just hold for a moment. All right, Commissioner from the 2nd. Commissioner from the 2nd. You got to unmute yourself, sir.
I'm sorry. I'd like to delete item number 26.
Item number 26. Delete, okay.
Consent item 28. Consent item 25. Okay.
All right, I'd like to consent item number 30.
I have a couple of questions on that one, sir. No, I'm sorry. I can get that out of 32. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to consent item 13 and 15.
Okay. Commissioner from the 8th. Unmute yourself, sir.
Thanks, sir. I apologize for that. I'd like to consent 23.
I have a question about that one.
Okay.
It's okay, Mr. Mayor. Let it go ahead. I'm fine.
Okay. Commissioner from the 4th.
Yeah, I'd like to consent a couple items on administrative services portion of the agenda. Item number 18. Yes, These are kind of minor. Item 19. Item 21. Item 22.
I have a question for 22.
Okay. So 18, 19, and 21.
And item 20 has been moved to September the 1st.
Right.
Okay. All right. The distinguished lady from the 3rd, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to consent. I don't think we have yet 16 and 28.
That's already been added, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner from the 9th.
My question on 16, that wasn't the protest we just had, was it?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No,
Okay,
sir.
make sure that wasn't saying. Okay, I got no problem.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir. State to inquire.
can we go ahead and consent 29?
We did.
No, sir. No, sir. I got a question, but not 29.
Yeah.
Mayor.
All right, give me just a moment, everybody. All right, item number 35. We've had this conversation before, I believe.
It's deleted, Mr. Mayor.
Item 35, I'm talking about 35.
Deleted?
No, 34 was deleted.
Check with the clerk if you don't mind, for clarity.
Yeah, I don't have that, sir. 35, 34.
It was item number 34. Item number 35, I'd like to consent that. All right, Commissioner from the 4th.
Okay, starting with item 36. Can we consent item 36? 37. 38. And 39. 39 is part of the TIA project.
Yeah, it is. All right.
William, how are you?
Sounds good. All right, very well. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, as we have it, I'm just going to go down the list. Item number 13, consent. 15, consent. 16, consent. 18, consent. 19, consent. 20, consent. To September 1st.
Yeah.
That's September the 1st. Item 21, consent. 23, consent. 24, delete. 25, consent. 26, delete. 28, delete.
28 is approved. Consent. Yeah.
Yeah, I said consent.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
28, consent. Number 30, consent. Number 34 is deleted. Number 35, consent. And 36, 37, 38, and 39 for consent. And Madam Clerk, from the addendum agenda, item number 1, the weapons purchase from asset forfeiture funds, I'd like to consent that as well.
And we're also consenting to move Mr. Keith Hendry to the next meeting under the delegation.
That is correct.
Is 37 consent as well?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
6, 7, 8, and 9. Is that right?
That is
Yes.
correct. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Mayor, move to approve.
Madam Clerk, motion from the 4th, second from the 6th.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
The consent agenda passes unanimously.
Madam Clerk, everyone, if you give me just a moment, just one brief moment. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
item number 17.
Mr. Mayor, before you proceed, could you consider under public services, the alcohol petitioner? Those are routine petitions.
Yeah.
There are no objectors.
Be happy to.
Okay. All right. That will be items 10, 11, 12, 14. So we'll get license and inspections queued up to
All right,
make
please
those.
do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can you get license and inspections queued up there in the chamber? Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Mayor, yes, sir.
Yes.
Walton is at the podium.
All right. And again, there are no objectors. All
We'll
right, Ms.
have
Walton.
Walton confirm that.
Okay, Ms. Walton, can you confirm that for items 10 through 12, there are no objectors?
We need her to
And
unmute.
you are muted, Ms. Walton. You're currently muted.
There are no objectors to these
Okay.
items.
All right, fantastic. So if we can, Ms. Walton, again, we'll read the caption for the record. We'll have the petitioner to give their name and address, and then we'll proceed through that, each one in that manner.
Okay. Alcohol number 20-28 is a request by Pragna Patel for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with DPP Gas LLC, located at 3735 Mike Paget Highway. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
Pragna Patel is my full name, and my address is 646 Emerald Crossings, Evans, Georgia 30809.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next item, the applicant is not here due to illness. Would you still like for me to read it?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
All right, hold on a minute. I don't know who's talking. Commissioner from the 9th, is that you?
Yeah, I made a comment. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I thought.
Yes, go ahead.
We'll hear that.
Alcohol number 20-29. It's a request by Ashfaq Khan for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Fuel Express, located at 2700 Peach Orchard Road. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. The next item is alcohol number 20-30, a request by Maria F. Singh for a consumption on-premise liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with El Veracruz, located at 1077 Stevens Creek Road. There will be Sunday sales. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
Mr. Mayor, do Ms. Walton have the one who's not showing up, does she have the address to be read into the records? The home address?
Yes, sir. Can I step away for a minute? I'll get it for you.
All right.
All right, ma'am. Please proceed. Ms. Singh, if you'll stay. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. My name is Maria Singh. My home address 1428 Hitman Road, Augusta, Georgia 30904.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Walton.
Mr. Khan's address is 1955 Bells Ferry Road, apartment 1724, Marietta, Georgia 30066.
All right, Commissioner from the 9th.
Item number 14. Okay, I'm sorry.
You're satisfied, Commissioner? You good?
Yeah, it was read into
Okay,
the
thank
record.
you.
It was in the record. I'm good.
All right, Ms. Walton, number 14.
We have a request by Angela Dumas Reed for a massage operator's license to be used in connection with Salon 419 LLC, located at 2368 Barton Chapel Road. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
Angela Dumas Reed, 2602 Kennedy Circle, Augusta, Georgia 30909.
Thank you. Ms. Walton.
Yes, sir.
All right, is there any other business before us?
That's the last one, sir.
All right.
Don't move.
That was
Don't move for approval.
Mayor Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Second.
All right, Commissioner from the 6th with the second.
Okay.
Voting.
That will be items 10, 11, 12, and 14. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, thank you. Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with the approval of items 10, 11, 12, and 14.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Number 17.
Number 17, abolish the Augusta Land Bank Authority.
Mr. from the ninth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is still on the agenda because we have not addressed this. The Land Bank Authority has properties that we've been told that the Housing Neighborhood Development own those properties, and they do own some, but they've been maintained. I checked that, but the land bank is holding properties in certain neighborhoods. We need to look at our code, revamping that and start over again, because when we sell a piece of property out of the land bank and it remains the same as it was for the last 10, 12 years, if we're really not doing anything, we might as well just let it stay where it is. So my proposal is to revamp the land bank authority and put up some new, I guess ideas would be a good word, a new structure for it. So when a property is being sold, it won't remain the same as it was for the last however many years it's been sitting there. I know we probably can't revamp it today, but I think there should be something done to bring that back in-house so we can look at what can we do. There's too many overgrown properties, and we say we don't know who belong to. If the land bank is the holder or the property owner at that point, then it's up to them to make whoever they get it from or whoever it come from to maintain it. There's just too much of that going on. So I'm motioning to either sit down with our code department, Rob Sherman, and the Land Bank Authority, and get something that's going to work for the city of Augusta, because it's not working right now.
All right, what are you proposing, sir?
I'm proposing to have a meeting with the land bank and the even the marshal's office and code enforcement to look at how we can revamp. There's just too many overgrown properties that we don't know who owns it. So what we got now is not working. So we need to have a meeting with those departments.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, so I'm going to recognize, if y'all would, just raise your hand. I promise you I'm going to see you and I'm going to recognize everybody. All right, Commissioner from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr.
Yes,
Mayor, what my colleague, Commissioner Man Williams, just said, Commissioner Williams, if you don't mind, I'd like to walk hand in hand with you with meeting with all those principals and tie item number 27 with that. And we meet with all the respective departments, whether that's the marshal's office, to be their code enforcement. We're talking about Keep Augusta Beautiful. We're talking about environmental services. We're talking about the warden. Let's meet with all of them and see can we deal with all because all of them are connected. Can we agree to do that and try to get our arms wrapped around all this?
I've got no problem
adding them. A part of that meeting as well.
I got no problem adding both together, but let me comment on 27. There's too many situations in Augusta where it looks like this department need to be handling versus somebody else handling it. Now, when you got abandoned cars and you got overgrown property, we got people saying, well, I deal with overgrown property. Then somebody said I deal with abandoned cars. But the neighborhood is still staying like it is. So in order to change that, we need to have that conversation. I ain't got no problem walking with you, talking to them, trying to see can we revamp this thing and put something together where it's going to be effective and not let people ride by and say, well, that ain't my problem. If there's a problem,
I'm sorry,
if there's a problem, we need to address it. I got no problem adding both together, 27 and 17.
Thank you, sir. And I agree with you absolutely in what you're saying. And as we ask those individuals to come together, we meet with them and they take about 5 to 10 minutes to identify who they are and what they do. And we try working from there with a plan of action. But I agree with you wholeheartedly. Sometimes we don't know, nor do they seem to know exactly who they are and what they do. I agree. My sentiments exactly.
Are you seconding that, sir?
Ma'am?
All right, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm seconding it, yes.
All right, so I want to get clarification on what we're motioning and or seconding, but I want to recognize the commissioner from the 8th.
Thank you, Mayor. I too wanted some clarification on how that's all going to look. And I'm hoping that the full commission would be part of that process too, because that's a question that we always get when people call in regards to properties that aren't being kept. And we start making phone calls trying to get those addressed. And it's always, oh, we deal with the building, not the grounds, and vice versa. So I think this is really a conversation that we need to have as a full commission to get everybody on the same page and to give some firm direction on the better upkeep of our communities.
Absolutely.
My caution in the midst of this conversation is the following. This is a long-standing issue, and joining them together is the right approach. Everything that's been said thus far is spot on, but I think you've got to have some clear, actionable items as we approach this conversation. You can talk about this, but then you can completely miss the fact that this was also a few weeks back, the discussion about right-of-way cutting, which, we talk about that. So there's a host of things that we're just not getting after. The commissioner from the 3rd is going to raise the issue around freeze, likely, and quote, the lack of upkeep and cleanliness that generally people have about Augusta. So I think that this is high time for us to do something to the dean of the commissioner from the 9th, but have some clear action items of what you want to accomplish beyond understanding what the departments do. We've been down that path, and maybe this is the time for us to not only have an understanding, but to have a clear flow chart of the process of addressing the issues of blight and vacancy, because what's being talked about more importantly is the issue of cleanliness. How do we upkeep these things? That doesn't even address the issue of redevelopment of these said properties. So I think y'all need to look at that holistically if you're going to work on that.
All right.
All right, Commissioner from the 9th.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I agree with what you just said, but when you look at other communities and how they are maintained, this shouldn't take a rocket science to do this. We have been slack with this around the inner city, especially. The commission from the 3rd talk about the trees and stuff, and I agree there's a lot of issue with that as well. But when you talk about the overgrown and the abandonment and the neglect, that's not just talking about trees and bushes. That's a part of it. I think a conversation needs to start first and have that conversation. We're not talking about making any decision. We need to bring it back to the full body. I grant you, I don't want to make that decision, but I think the body needs to understand what we're trying to deal with and how we're going to approach it versus all these apartments and all this money we're spending and it's not getting done. We've been throwing money after stuff for a long time and it's still not working. So that means that we're not doing something that we need to be doing. So.
All right, so I agree. We're all saying the same thing. I'm going to go back to my overarching caution. Right now, there is a culture called doing nothing. And it's predicated on, the commission doesn't know what it wants to accomplish. That's why I'm saying the commission in this discussion needs to go into the conversation with, here are the clear, actionable things that we want to see on a consistent basis. Otherwise, it becomes extremely easy to say, well, the commission didn't give us any guidance. They didn't give us any direction because they're not sure what they want to do.
Mr. Mayor, can I respond?
Yes,
please,
sure can.
I think you're absolutely right, Mr. Mayor. I think the very first meeting would be a special call meeting that with all our colleagues can be there. We let everybody formally introduce themselves, who they are and what they do. From there, we take that information, then we begin to make a plan of action from there. See exactly what we got, because sometimes what we think we got, we don't have it, And so as a result of that, we can make a decision going into the second meeting. The first meeting is an introduction meeting to make sure we clearly understand who these departments are, who these entities are, who they are, and what they do. And from there, we strategize.
All right, fantastic. All right, Madam Clerk, you're going to ask the question again of what is our motion?
Okay, our motion is to schedule a meeting with the Code Enforcement, Land Bank Authority, Marshals Department, Board, Environmental Services, Keep Augusta Beautiful, to discuss the list of vacant, unkept properties throughout the city. I'm summarizing.
And what their job duties are, what they do now. We need to know what they're supposed to be doing.
Okay, let me back up. Let me just say this. This is a meeting to address duties and responsibilities as it relates to the Augusta Code enforcement of illegal dumping litter with code enforcement, land bank authority, the Marshal's Department, Environmental Services, the RCCI, and Keep Augusta Beautiful.
And HCD.
HCD, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from third.
Thank you, Mayor. Like you said, a holistic approach is what we need to do here if we're going to handle all of the issues that we've been talking about with maintenance and then abandoned housings and that type of thing. And of course, trees too. But if we could also get a good feel for engineering exactly what they have to maintain in the city, and then also compared to what the recreation department maintains, because recreation does some medians, downtown areas, but I don't think we even have a clear picture of that. And it just doesn't feel like there's one department head or staffing that's in charge of maintenance, period, like the medians, Marion.
You're right.
So if we could also throw that in, let's just get the real big picture and see which direction we want to go in.
So that's et cetera, about et cetera, et cetera.
It is, but it's a problem.
Well, it is, but other cities, other communities are doing it a lot better than we are because we got too many chiefs, I guess, Mayor. But anyway, let's talk about it.
All right, Madam Clerk, we got a motion and a second. We're going to vote now.
Mr. Clark.
Yes.
Ms. Davis.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy.
Yes.
Mr. Franum.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Son.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Mr. Mayor, before we move forward, can I ask Commissioner Commissioner Fenoy a question?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I mean, right now I need some humor in this thing. Commissioner from the first, where are you?
I'm here.
Okay.
Bond is on deck. I didn't know if you wanted to ask the mayor for consideration to allow him to come forward with his presentation. He's been online since 2.
Yeah, I've got him on my list right here, and I'm trying to decide where he's going to be at in the queue. Commissioner from the first, I would like for you to be present in this meeting. I'd like for you to be seen as well as the general public, if you don't mind. Disappearing on me. All right. Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead to item number 33.
That's a presentation from Mr. Campbell Vaughn, Richmond County Extension Agent, regarding control methods of Johnson grass on vacant abandoned city lots.
All right. Commissioner from the first.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dale, the reason I called him to because we have the same lots that we cut over and over and over again, and what's disappointing to me is that the lots, the grass are usually 5 feet or higher before we could cut them. So if we're cutting the same lots over and over again, there should be something that's environmentally safe that we could put down on these lots once we cut them to reduce the frequency that we have to cut them. So I've
got Mr. Campbell Vaughn. We have him here. Let's let him give his presentation, Commissioner, and then I will come back to you, okay?
Okay.
All right, Campbell Vaughn.
Can you hear me okay?
We certainly can hear you, sir.
And do y'all have my presentation, or did you just need me to kind of? Say
Do you
that
have a
again.
presentation?
I believe we
Kim, do
do.
you have a presentation?
I sent it over. I didn't know that if you
All right,
needed.
we're going to bring it up here in just a second.
It's in the
Okay.
book.
All right.
Yeah, it's in there.
All right, it's in the book, so everyone has it, sir.
Okay. So y'all reached out to me about talking about working with Johnson grass, and it is it's a tough weed that does get pretty big, and you see it a lot in the medians and along the side of the road, and it's hard to mow. I've talked to the engineering folks a little bit about how we might be able to control it, and I see that Commissioner Hassan was concerned with it in terms of some of these empty lots that are there. So I put together this program that would let you kind of give you a little bit of a background on how Johnson grass operates and how to manage it better. I kind of made the presentation a little bit more for roadways because that's kind of where we've seen it. We've talked about it in the past with the engineering department about doing some of our entrance corridors going into Augusta, and mainly kind of one of the things we were looking at was down there on Lane Walker going towards Sandbar Ferry was one of the reason we brought the Johnson grass up. It's hard to mow and it's difficult to get rid of. It chokes out things. It just beats you up pretty bad. So I don't know if you need me to go through the entire presentation. I'd be more than happy to. I know that y'all have a time limit, and I could certainly talk to y'all in person if you need me to at any given time. Essentially, we can manage Johnson grass fairly easily in areas that we need to eradicate just Johnson grass and keep some of your base grasses just for erosion control mainly. But if we need to, but you have to be a little bit careful of it just because of aquatic environments and the labeling that goes along with the product that I recommend to eliminate the Johnson grass. There's some other products that are out there that you can use to spray that'll pretty much, we call it non-selective. They'll kill most anything that are available that's out there. You know, won't kill trees, but it'll kill pretty much everything on the ground. It'll clean it out, and it's fairly safe for water environments or really any kind of environment. I would say Johnson grass is a bad one just because it's hard to mow. You can't see what's under it. It tears gears up. It's real slow about going. It's invasive. It's perennial. That's another thing about it is it's there year round. So if you can find a way to eliminate it chemically, I think you save yourself a lot of time on mowing, labor cost, probably equipment costs in terms of wear and tear on your instruments, on your equipment. And I think you could probably come up with a plan, or we can come up with a plan to go in and selectively spray certain areas and eliminate having to mow it. I can't hear you, Mr. Hassan.
All right, hold on a minute. Commissioner from the first, all right. Do you have anything else?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you, Commissioner from the first.
Okay. I heard him talking about spraying on, but can we spray this chemical on lots? Because that's where I see the biggest problem in my neighborhood is on lots. And it's on right.
Yeah, we can do that for sure. I think we can come up with a program. We can basically make a cocktail that'll we can use growth regulators to keep the stuff from growing back up. We can do things to eliminate the Johnson grass altogether. You just have to be cautious about what the labeling of the chemicals are just with the environment around it. But I think we could come up with a solution for most flat, clear lots to eliminate Johnson grass and keep stuff from growing back so fast. We can come up with a program to figure out the best ways just to drive in and spray it and do it safely.
Okay, and I guess my next question, with the vendors or the contractors that cut these lots, would they have access to this chemical so they could spray after the cut?
Well, We need to coordinate that. When we did a big project with the Board of Education, and we actually used a growth regulator for a lot of their open areas, and we use contract sprayers to do that. If we had to, push came to shove, it is ideal to spray that stuff after you mow it, 3 weeks after you mow it. But we've got if you're limited on what you can do, I try to give you the most ideal solution would be to mow it. If you didn't have to mow it, we could go in and spray it. You would get moderate control. You'll get more effective if it gets mowed, but is it worth the cost to pay $50, $60, $100 an acre to mow something and then come in and spend that amount to spray it? I mean, you have to kind of weigh those options. If you got a bunch of lots to do it, we could certainly try it without mowing and see what kind of real control we're getting and not have to mow it to begin with. But you are going to have to, once it takes a long time to die down after you spray it as well. So I think we can find a way to mow it, spray it, and coordinate it. We just need to have all our ducks in a row to make it happen. And like Mary was saying earlier, just have a big plan about how to attack it.
All right, so let's do this. I'm going to go to the commissioner from the 6th. I believe he's going to speak to this matter. But once again, this needs to be included in the commission's previous actions regarding items 17 and 27. That's where this needs to fit at. Commissioner from the 6th, it's yours, sir.
Exactly. That's what I was going to recommend, Commissioner Fano, if you didn't mind, that he can attend that meeting and just listen to some of our old broader conversations, and he can find out how he can be a part of that process. But that was all going to be suggesting, if you didn't mind. So we have a meeting, we'll reach out to him and let him know when that meeting is going to be, and he can come and just listen to the overall concerns about those lots and things of that nature.
All right, fantastic. All right, Mr. Vaughn, thank you. Thank you for your time and your presentation.
Thank you all. Call me anytime. Glad to help.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, we're going to deal with
yes.
Tell you what. Madam Clerk, are you with me?
Yes, sir. I just want to ask one question on item number 2. Do we need to get Superior Court on deck to?
We do. I'm just not ready for them yet.
I just wanted to make sure we need to go ahead on and contact them to be on deck to answer the questions. Okay.
Absolutely. You can do that. Let's calibrate just so you can kind of get a sense for where I want to go. Okay. We've got a number of other key matters that are in front of us. We've got some citizens who came on the delegation, Mr. Randy Walden and Miss Edith Peoples. Let's go ahead and get them heard now so that we don't have them waiting any longer.
Okay. Yes, sir. That's in association with item number 9. Okay. Mr. Okay. Walden. Okay. Okay. Let me have IT queue them up.
Walden isn't here.
Ms. McFarland, is Mr. Walton in the chamber?
No, ma'am.
No, it's a Mr. Randy Walden on your delegation.
I was asking if he was in the chamber. She's indicated he's not, so.
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. What about Ms. Peoples?
Miss.
That's number letter B, Ms. Edith Peoples.
Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of Laney Walker Development. We're asking for a final approval from the commission on the final plat for Wrights Point, the project that we have ongoing on Wrightsboro Road. We have approval.
Ms. Peoples?
Yes.
Okay, if you would state for the record your name and your address. And then you can speak to that matter. You've got 5 minutes, ma'am.
Edith Peebles, 2423 Apricot Lane, Augusta, Georgia. I'm speaking on behalf of Laney Walker Development Corporation. We're seeking final approval for the plat on Wrights Point. We have approval from Planning and Development. We have approval from Augusta Utilities and from Augusta Engineering.
All right, thank you. If you'll pause for a moment. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
So
this item was denied by the commission in your January 21st meeting.
Okay.
This request, I'm assuming Ms. Wright is coming forward to ask for reconsideration of your denial in the January 21st meeting. Mr. Sherman and Planning and Development is available to answer any questions regarding the plat. They had recommended approval, but the commission went another direction in denying the plat.
All right, Madam Clerk, do you have any background as to why the commission, what the intent of the commission was at that time?
In researching that, there was very little discussion. However, that the action was put up for reconsideration. The commission indicated they had gotten additional information regarding the project. A motion was put forward to deny, and the commission concurred with that action.
Hey man, what's going on?
Okay.
Mute yourself, Bob.
Hold on a minute. All right. Okay.
There was no discussion on what additional information it had received.
All right, so Madam Clerk, here's what I want to do then. To Ms. Peebles, we appreciate you coming and bringing this matter forward. I'd like for us to put this on the September 1 agenda to give us time to get additional information from Planning and Development.
May I give you a response to what Ms. Bonner just said? Initially, the commission approved the plat. Then it was pulled because there was an item that had not been completed on site, and Augusta Utilities requested that the vote be reversed until that item was done on site. It's been completed now, and we have approval from Augusta Utilities and from Engineering and from Planning and Development.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ms. Peebles, for you sharing that with us. We'll take this matter up on 1 September at our next commission meeting, and that will give us time to have sufficient data and background for the commission to review.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are we going to the next delegation, Mr. Mayor?
No, ma'am, not right now. I want to hold that one and do item number 29.
29, okay.
29.
Item 29.
Madam Clerk, you muted yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry. Item 29 is a motion to approve $50,000 funding request to assist Greater Augusta's Interfaith Coalition Total Census Count Initiative to support census responses from hard to count citizens and the support for 15 sites of activities for responders of the local census count. Commissioner Fennoy.
All right, Commissioner from the first.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think Reverend Johnson should be waiting to address that issue.
Did you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
I did.
Okay.
All right, so he is, he's downstairs.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. McFarley.
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right, Chris Johnson.
They're ready for you now. That's all.
Okay, I was.
All right, that doesn't look like Reverend Chris Johnson.
It's not, it's Bishop Willie Jackson. Chris had to leave because he had to go and relieve some people from work.
Okay. Are you speaking on behalf of
the Greater Augusta Coalition and and what we are working with? We are working with the Census Bureau, obviously, and we need funds, and because we have several sites that we need to reach, and we don't have the funds to do it because the census obviously brings money to the city. And so therefore we need to get as many people counted as possible. But we need to have the allocation of money so that we can at least reach these vital areas so that we can get the people knowledgeable and cognitive of what they need to do to be voted. To be
counted.
So that they will be aware that their count is into the census brings money to the city.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go to, Commissioner from the first.
Mr. Mayor, just to follow up on what was just said, to me, it is imperative that we get an accurate count. If we don't, we're going to leave a whole lot of money on the table. I think the last I heard is that as far as accuracy in Richmond County, we were about 50-55%. And we need to reach that other 45% of the population because it's going to impact our schools. It's going to impact our representation in Congress. It's going to impact how much federal money will be coming into this government. So I think that $50,000 is a small investment to assure that we get an accurate count in Richmond County and that we get all of the funds that's available for Richmond County.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner from the 6th.
Mr. Mayor, I know you sent it all out. You got a meeting tomorrow with the Census Committee. I know to try to see exactly where we are. Excuse me. I also saw in the news, I think, but you also sent us out yesterday, excuse me, that you were getting some teams involved. So we need to know how's all this going to be working in conjunction with you all, and we may can't hash all out today. For sake of time, because you got a large contingency of persons working on it, but we need to get an idea of exactly what they're doing, and they need to be coming to your headline committee to try to say exactly what they bring to the table before you consider. Personally, I don't know. I just saw it on the agenda. I didn't know it was involved with census. I agree with my colleague about how important the head count is, but I think you need to have some kind of description of exactly what they're doing and where they intend to do it from. But like I said, I don't think we're in a position to do that right now. That probably come to your committee meeting tomorrow and they can formally introduce themselves because we got people waiting on us who was at the top of the agenda.
Yeah, I understand. All right, let me go to the commissioner from the 10th, and then I'll speak to what you just raised, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Reverend, what plan of action do you have or will you have in place to go out to the different communities and sections to get a correct head count? Because it is important for every citizen to get a correct head count on our census so that we can take advantage of the programs that we need. So could you tell us just briefly, what is your outline and plan on doing this?
Okay, my name is Carrie Smith, and I'm also a board member on the Greater Augusta Interfaith Coalition. Currently, we have sent out letters to our local stores within the Richmond County area, our KJ's, IGA, Dollar Generals, Family Dollars, Kroger's, Bi-Lo, and Walmart's, to set up booths out in their areas to be able to hit our local communities right up front, where we can have hands-on with our communities. We've already set up booths here in the municipal building. We have a station we will be setting up starting the 24th in our courthouse. We will also be setting up a station in our tag office starting next week. We are out doing milk drives in the community and our high-risk areas, in our areas where churches, we're doing food drives, or we're sending we're out in the community where we're touching the individuals that are not getting out. We're touching the ones who's not getting an opportunity to do. That's what we're doing. Logistically, we're out as volunteers, out touching the ones who's not having an opportunity to get the census. We're touching the ones who saying they haven't received the census form, as well as those who saying they received them and just haven't sent them in. Don't feel as if they're having the opportunity to be able to do their census. That's what we're doing. That's our plan. And that's what we have done this far in regards to the census. Logistically, this is we have done on our own without support from the county. So this have we done without any support already.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, may I ask one more question?
Sure.
Okay. And, you know, I can appreciate your efforts. It sounds like y'all are really being proactive with what you're doing, and I congratulate you on that. But my question also is, we have a situation in Augusta that we do have a homeless population. They're the unseen. How are we going to reach out to them and get them counted, because they are a part of us, our community? So do you have any plans on how to do that, ma'am?
Well, being that the census is counted based on your home, where you're residing, it's going to be kind of hard for us to be able to give them a residence location because they are homeless. So unless the county has a means of being able to identify a location, I'm going to turn that over to our access census individual who's here, and maybe he has some more information he may be able to provide you with. But we as volunteers can't give you that information.
Yes, John, I'm an accountant. I'm a partnership specialist with the census. And basically what will happen is the census will count the homeless on a 1 to 2 night census. So that is not portion of that's not what they're asking to do, because that's going to be an operation within the census. That operation should have already taken place, but it's been pushed to the right due to COVID. So that is something that you don't have to worry about as far as providing the monies for that.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I'm going to go back to the commissioner from the 6th who talked about the meeting. Each of you were invited to tomorrow's webinar through Zoom of the Augusta Complete Count Census Committee meeting that will take place at 10:30. A gentleman who was just at the podium, Mr. LeCount Bly, who is our representative from the Census Bureau, is a part of that. On yesterday, I engaged Mr. Bly, as well as our 2 co-chairs, Clint Bryant and Robert Osborne, of who this commission is very well aware of and familiar with. I want to bring us up to speed with where we are in Augusta. Currently, we have a self-response rate of 57.4%. The state of Georgia has a self-response rate of 59.1%. Unfortunately, Secretary of Commerce Wilbur Ross, as well as our federal partners, they moved the census completion date up from October 30 to now September. We are operating under a compressed timeline, and as everyone is aware, those efforts that were launched successfully through the Augusta Complete Count Committee early on were brought to a screeching halt because of COVID-19. In my conversations yesterday with Mr. LeCount Bly, as well as our two co-chairs, coupled with the conversation that I had on Friday with the governor's Complete Count Committee, initially there was concern that enumerators who are hired by the Census Bureau were not going to be able to go into the street because Augusta Richmond County is a hotspot county regarding COVID. There are some efforts on the way, as I understand it, to augment that now. And there are those individuals who will be doing some work. The young lady mentioned a moment ago about milk drives. I think most of us on the commission are familiar with the fact that Bethel AME Church, I believe the church that the commissioner from the 5th attends, they received milk and began giving out milk in the community. On this coming Thursday, Good Hope will have a milk drive. And then on Friday, Bethel will have their 3rd milk giveaway, of which I understand the Census Bureau and their enumerators will be on the ground at those events, working in an effort to try and get folks to complete the census. And so, again, in light of COVID, these things are underway. The Augusta Complete Count Committee has a activation plan that will take them through September the 30th. That will take them through September 30th that they're going to be sharing on tomorrow. And that activation plan takes the efforts that have already been done in terms of getting us to this point, working in coordination with the Census Bureau. And I believe Reverend Chris Johnson has been a part of those discussions as well. And so I think I share the commissioner from the 6th point that let's get our arms around holistically this issue on tomorrow, and then we can come back and revisit this agenda item as needed, whether that be in a special call meeting or if there are resources already to help support some of these things that are already in place.
Is that a motion, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir, Commissioner. Commissioner from the 6th?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I based on if you like, I mean, if they need the resources to keep going, and I see, with Mr. LeCount, I think I've met him before, so that means, and no disrespect to anybody else, that means I think he's here by way of the federal government, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
That's correct.
That means we have a federal person on the ground. So if they make a president tomorrow, and we can make a motion to deny the approve based on what you like tomorrow, and then if either way it go, or y'all want to wait till tomorrow. I don't want to deny and stall.
Yeah, I think I'd like for us to wait until tomorrow.
Okay.
And have that conversation, because what we don't need is competing efforts. We need to all be working together. And the original umbrella was the Augusta Complete Count Committee, of which many of these individuals were part of that conversation and process. So I'm not sure where we broke off at. So okay. I want to make sure we get our arms around that.
All right, thank you.
That's your motion, Commissioner, from the 1st. That we just simply hold this until tomorrow's meeting, and if we need to call a special meeting and do something, because this is an urgent matter. Once again, what I heard from the state is that at a 59.1% self-response rate, I want to magnify this. Here in the state of Georgia, a state of 10.6, almost 11 million people, when you've got from a self-response standpoint, and we realize, and I believe I heard Mr. LeCount say this on yesterday, the data normalization is slow. And so you're talking about maybe 6 million people who have responded in a state of almost 11 million people. If that be the case, where we thought Georgia was going to gain a congressman, we could very well potentially lose a congressperson or congresspersons if these numbers have to be submitted on 30 September and we don't make any improvement across the board. So I think, again, if we'll pause on taking any action on this, and then after tomorrow's conversation, we can then have a better understanding of what needs to be done about how to have these. Okay?
Okay.
All right, fantastic. All right, so thank you to the committee. We'll have Reverend Johnson. He has already received an invite to that meeting as well, so he should have that information.
Excuse me, before you close, I would like to say something. I have worked with the final count, the total count, and there have been events where they were unable to work if it was not for us being on the site. I would like to put that out. So it was some events that we worked that they could not work without us being on the site for them to be able to stand up to do their job because of the restrictions that have been placed on them because of their federal obligations. So
that's correct.
That's all I'm going to say, that we have done things that they were unable to do to make sure that we got the numbers on the ground.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So there's no formal action on this, Mr. Mayor, just consensus?
Just consensus. Let me also add this. I want to make sure everybody understands where we are. COVID brought all of the census related work to a screeching halt. As of Friday, there were only 3 counties in the state of Georgia that were reporting at 70% or better. There are only 36 counties out of 159 that were reporting at higher than 50%. Okay. So this has been a challenge. Currently, Georgia is ranked 38th nationally in terms of where we are. And so we've got a lot of work to do just in general, and it's because of COVID. And in that same conversation, the majority of the counties around us were red zone counties or hotspot counties, and they were not letting people out in the streets, which is what the young lady is alluding to. The Census Bureau was not allowing their folks to go out into the streets. So, all right, Madam Clerk, yeah, we'll take this as consensus and then we'll deal with this on tomorrow.
Okay, where are you headed?
All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to deal with item number 9. And while we're dealing with number 9, we're going to do it in concert with the delegations C through G.
Okay. All right, you will identify in which order, right?
We'll go straight in that order. We'll go C, D, E, F, G, and then take up item number 9.
Okay, all right. Item C, Ms.
All right, Madam Clerk, before you go on, let me say this. We're going to limit debate on this matter to 35 minutes.
Item C, Ms. Deborah Bunch, regarding Health Foundation zoning exception.
All right, Ms. McFarland. Okay. Ms. Bunch, if you would state for the record your address, name, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Deborah Bunch. I live at 3033 Hummingbird Lane. And I would ask that the IT gentleman hold off starting my PowerPoint until I ask him to start.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. The Hale Foundation and its supporters have focused on the need for the facility like Valor Station, just like they advocated for the need for an affordable treatment center for substance abuse last year. But the need is not what is at issue here. This is a Richmond County zoning issue concerning one particular property. They were not granted a zoning exception for that center last year because it was not an appropriate use for that property. It was not in harmony with current land use in that area. If the Hale Foundation had accepted the decision rendered by this body over a year ago, they would be treating patients right now. Most likely they would have been treating them for months. Commissioner Marion Williams, on more than one occasion, has said that if we could offer specific alternate locations for the facility, that you would be willing to entertain that possibility. A quick Google search revealed that there are several other locations in Richmond County already properly zoned that would be better suited for this facility. Please start the PowerPoint. Let's begin with Gracewood. Gracewood is a state-owned facility, and with the significant state support that's been demonstrated for this project, I'm sure it would be no problem for the Hale Foundation to negotiate a purchase or long-term low-cost lease for this property. It has 40 skilled nursing beds and 163 beds for intermediate care. It would instantly increase the number of patients that could be treated almost 7-fold. After all, they want to help as many patients as possible, right? There are several other properties also properly zoned that also show potential. Now, we have been accused of opposing every proposed use for this property that's been submitted. That is simply not true. There have been 3 groups that have submitted zoning exception requests for this property. First, West Care of Georgia requested to open an inpatient drug and alcohol treatment center for troubled youth. We were opposed and they withdrew their request. Then the monks of Mount Tabor submitted a request and the neighborhood voiced no objection. We even had representatives of the neighborhood at the zoning hearing as a show of support. Unfortunately, they were forced to withdraw their contract due to some repair issues that their lender required before closing. Hale's benefactor was willing to buy the property as is. By the way, the monks are still interested in buying that property. Lastly, the Hale Foundation has submitted 2 separate requests, both for drug and alcohol treatment centers. We want it to be clear that we have no proper objection to this property being used as long as it is something in harmony with the current land use in this area. A resident of Columbia County bought this property and gifted it to the Hale Foundation. He knew when he bought it that it was zoned residential. He and the Hale Foundation also knew that we, the neighbors, had successfully fought the establishment of a similar facility a couple of years prior. They didn't care. They didn't care what the neighbors thought or how this facility would affect them or the magnet school right across the road. He bought it anyway. They have never reached out to us and attempted to open a dialogue about this property. We were unaware of their plans for this property until the invitation went out to you, Rick Allen, and others. And even then we had to find out through a third party. Don't buy their fairy tales of bending over backwards to be accommodating. That is simply not true. Another issue that needs to be considered is this. If someone is considering relocating to Richmond County, can they have a reasonable expectation as a tax-paying property owner that this body of their elected officials will be willing to protect the character of their neighborhood, whether it be now, next year, or 50 years from now? That you will protect their property and peace above those of outside interests. If not, we will continue to lose home buyers and businesses to neighboring counties. In closing, I would like to call to your attention that approving this zoning exception to allow such a facility in a neighborhood, not adjacent to a neighborhood as has been claimed, is creating a slippery slope for the county. Once the gate is open, it will be much more difficult to refuse the next request. Maybe the requester won't be as reputable as the Hale Foundation, and maybe it will be in your neighborhood or your mama's neighborhood. I beg you to vote no. Thank you.
Ms. Bunch, thank you as well. I appreciate it. The commission appreciates it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Item D, Mr. George Hatcher regarding Hale House Foundation zoning exception.
My name is George Hatcher. I live at 3030 Eagle Drive, Augusta, Georgia, 30906. To the commissioner, this is not the first time that we have been down here with the same thing. Our opposition to drug, alcohol treatment in our neighborhood has not changed. We did not want it in the first time, and we do not want it now, simply because we feel that having a drug rehabilitation center in our neighborhood would give us we will not have our safety, our security. We'll be nervous because we don't know what would happen back there. They may put in precautions and be trying to keep people from coming in or out of there, but you never know what is going to happen. And the residents in Green Meadows feel that this facility will be best suited somewhere else. Most of us are longtime residents of Green Meadows Estate. Some of us been over there 30, 40, and 45 years. Our children grew up over there. We have grandchildren that comes by. And we don't want our grandchildren to feel that they cannot play out in the road because there's somebody coming down the street from that treatment center. You know that treatment center is a good. We're not against Hale Foundation. We are not against the Valor Station. What we are against is the location that they want to put it. We feel that the location is too close to our homes. Some of our homes are right at the back of their property. Even if they do put up a fence, they can come right over there with those big old trees that are in the backyard. And our residents feel that it would be not secure for them or for us to see that the Drug and Rehabilitation Center is back there. Not the Hale Foundation, but any drug and rehabilitation center back there. Then we think also it's too close to the school that is on Augusta Tech Drive, but from the 8th to the 12th grade that are over there. We asked our commissioners, we requested our commissioners, please ma'am and please sir, think about it. Think about your constituents that are asking you to agree with us, the citizens and taxpayers of Richmond County, not to approve the special exemption for a drug rehabilitation center in Green Meadows. It is at the end of Green Meadows, 3042 Green Meadows, and it is at 3042 Eagle Drive in Green Meadows. We thank you in advance of what you're going to do, and we pray and hope that you consider what we have said and vote no for the exception. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Reverend James Williams, Jr., Hope, Inc., regarding Green Meadows Hale House.
Reverend Williams, state for the record your name and address. You've got 5 minutes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, my name is James, James Williams Jr., and I reside at 3408 Pine Hill Road, Hesper, Georgia, 30815. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, good evening to you, and Madam Clerk. I represent Organization Hope, who is in support of the Green Meadows subdivision, and we are here to support them by asking to request to deny special exemption request for 3042 Eagle Drive. And I do have a PowerPoint. As I read from the PowerPoint, Augusta, Georgia own comprehensive zoning ordinance does not support the approval of this request, and we ask the mayor and commission to respectfully and prayerfully deny. Next slide, please. Green Meadows neighborhood area offers the following points to consider and key issues surrounding the proposed special exemption request.
20.
The Green Meadows neighborhood area is opposed to the special exemption request for the property currently referred to as Valor Station at 3042 Eagle Drive. The Augusta Planning and Development Department professional staff written opinion supports a denial based on our city's rules, regulations, and code. The convent that is there currently is zoned as residential, and we feel that is an appropriate zoning because it is adjacent to a residential neighborhood. The proposed special exemption for requester would be for transitional housing, which is not residential. They propose having enrollees to have a 30-day stay. Some neighborhoods, communities, and immediately adjacent properties have routinely been given support by the Augusta Commission on Zoning related issues they oppose. We hope the Augusta Commission rejects the inappropriate way the Columbia County legislators have attempted to influence an Augusta neighborhood livability by taking action through the General Assembly. Richmond County delegation members are against the request and support the neighborhood. The neighborhood is also supported and appreciative of the job done by public safety and first responders, and equally supportive of those seeking help from addiction. Next slide. We would like to point out Augusta, Georgia Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, which was amended in 2020, special exemption section 26-1. 26-1 specifically states, the following special exemption, transitional housing, is the category the Planning and Development Department used for the request may be permitted in any zone where such uses are deemed essential or desirable to the public convenience or welfare, something to be considered. Planning and Development's position is, at this time, this proposed use is not identified as essential or desirable to the public convenience or welfare, and the master plan does not identify this use as in harmony with the district. This use is allowed by right in a B1 neighborhood business district where there is an infrastructure in place to support the needs of the possible clientele. We would like to point out Augusta, Georgia Comprehensive Zoning Act, ordinance again, section 21 also calls for the planning and development to consider this exception under the transition housing section, and several standards of suitability are reviewed for decision making. Below is one of the standards, which details criteria for transition housing. Specifically states the Planning Commission shall determine that the foregoing requirements have been satisfied, and further, that the benefits of the proposed transition housing are greater than any possible depreciating effects and damages to neighboring properties. In conducting the balancing test, The merit of the specific proposal shall be determined by evaluating the nature of the clientele, the proposed number of occupants, and the nature of the operator's facility. Planning and development staff position is, this section asks to weigh the benefits of 30 patients against the value of over 500 dwelling units. It has made expressly clear by the residents that their property values will drop dramatically and that a higher incidence of crime against the residents will occur if this project locates within this neighborhood. These are valid issues. And finally, based on Augusta, Georgia's comprehensive zoning ordinance, we ask the mayor and Augusta Commission to deny the request for special exemption. I would like to remind you as Commissioner and Mayor, if I may please, and I'm through.
Time has expired.
That you remind yourself of the fiduciary responsibility that you have to the citizens of Richmond County and to the citizens of the Green Meadow subdivision.
Thank you, sir.
Next, delegation F, Reverend Anthony M. Booker regarding the Hale House project in Green Meadows.
Good afternoon to our mayor and commissioners and Clerk Bonner. My name is Anthony Booker, pastor of the Broadway Baptist Church at 2323 Barton Chapel Road. I live at 328 Telfair Street here in the city of Augusta, zip code 30901. I'm here representing this evening the Baptist Ministers Conference of Augusta, 67 pastors and ministers, comprised of over 60,000 in membership total, collectively. I have a PowerPoint as well. The Baptist Ministers Conference of Augusta, along with the Green Meadows, requests the support of this commission to deny the special exemption request of 3042 Eagle Drive. If you can, IT, put up my PowerPoint. Should be entitled.
Yes, sir. We're pulling it up. Give us 1 second.
Mr. Mayor, if you would give me that time back as they pull it up.
Well, I'm praying we got 35 minutes.
I am a Baptist preacher, amen.
Same service today, though.
Every day of service was. We believe that an unintentional bias is occurring against our neighborhood and community, and respectfully ask that the mayor and commission consider the bias and deny the request as presented. Next slide. How has the Augusta Commission usually handled disputes for similar cases? Take 5 oil change, zoning, West Augusta on Washington Road. Take 5, a local business was looking to locate in a shopping center at the corner of Washington Road and Fewsbury Road. The center tenants, including George Snelling and Goodwill, made the complaint that the location would be disruptive to their business and was not the type of business that needed to go in front of theirs. This commission, the Augusta Commission, withheld their approval until the neighbors and requesters had a meeting of the minds. Next slide. Perco Builders Project, Dennis Road rezoning, West Augusta off Stevens Creek Road, new apartments development proposed on Dennis Road, with the opposition of neighbors and community representative, Mr. Wesley Brown spoke. He gave the community's position as to why this development was disruptive to their quality of life and asked the Augusta Commission to deny the request. The Augusta Commission denied the request and sided with the neighbors. Next slide. Tisco Senior Community and Facility, West Augusta on Robert C. Daniel Parkway. Tisco proposed a high-end senior complex community for a parcel of land east of Best Buy between the Social Security Office and the East Point Eagle Point and Park Place neighborhoods. Both neighborhoods, along with their commissioner, lobbied the Augusta Commission to deny the request as they felt it was disruptive to their lives as proposed with the increased traffic, the height of the building. The neighbors and District 7 Commissioner asked the Augusta Commission to deny the request. The Augusta Commission denied the request and sided with the neighborhood. Next slide. Dot Augusta Residential Townhomes Project, West Augusta on Robert C. Daniel Parkway. A residential townhome project was proposed for the hill area near the Augusta Country Club, where neighbors opposed due to concerns around increased density and spot rezoning. The Augusta Commission took special note and asked the Planning and Development Director, how do the neighbors feel about this project? He replied, amen, he replied, that there was almost 100 people at the neighborhood meeting in opposition. The neighborhood and local churches asked that the Augusta Commission deny the request. The Augusta Commission denied the request and sided with the neighborhood. The Green Meadows neighborhood, along with the Dallas Men's Conference, respectfully asked that the Mayor and Augusta Commission take side and side with those who elected you to office. We respectfully request that you deny the request for social exception. We respectfully request that you consider the unintentional systematic bias against South Augusta neighbors when making decisions. We respectfully request that every consideration be given to deny, and in the event of a balance, a reasoning from both sides, offer your neighborhood center approach and support to the residents, citizens, taxpayers, friends, and those in Green Meadows. South Augusta matters. Green Meadows matters. Our voices matter. In close, in the words of that rap mogul T.I., when you ask me who I look up to and who I admire, I have to choose from people that represent what I represent. For me, it's people, as a preacher, as a pastor, as a resident of Richmond County, for me, it's people who seek to represent those they've been called, assigned, and elected to represent. Today, we ask you, Mayor and Commissioners, that you be in support of Green Meadows and deny this request. God bless you and thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Booker. All right, Madam Clerk, our final delegate.
Item G, Mr. Harold Jones II, regarding Hale House Foundation zoning exception.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we have the senator from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commission. I'm State Senator Harold Jones, 3014 Breeze Hill Drive, Augusta, Georgia, 30906. And I wanted to just elaborate a little bit more on the balancing test or balance that Reverend Williams earlier spoke of. And I'm here in opposition of the granted a special exemption and in favor of the residents of Green Meadows. But I did want to elaborate a little bit more on the balance that Reverend Williams spoke of. When we talk about this balance between the competing interests of the facility and the opposition, including the residents, elected officials, including myself who represents that district, also the district representative who represents the school board, and also Representative Sheila Nelson, who was here earlier, who also represents that district, and other community leaders, when we're balancing that interest opposed to all of those myriad voices. To tip the balance in favor of the facility over those interests, it appears that the basis of supporting the facility should be very clear or basically overwhelm the opposition. There are two areas that I would like to look at when we're looking at this balancing test. One is whether the model and the proposal is effective. And then secondly, does this proposal actually meet an unmet need? In both situations, it should be very clear and resolute that the interest of the facility is over the interest of the neighborhood. So let's examine. On the issue of whether this facility or the model that is being used is effective, I bring your attention to a couple of research papers, one done by the person by the name of Mark Willingbrain, who's a psychiatrist, former head of the Division of Treatment and Recovery Research at the National Institute on Alcohol and Abuse, says the idea of changing the life course for people with severe recurrent forms of addiction through one-time limited intensive transformative rehab is a fatally flawed relic of ancient times. What other chronic disorder do we treat this way? Or a statement by Dr. David Lewis, who established the first addiction treatment program in the United States Air Force, who stated, treatment programs of 28 to 30 days are still common, but this template was never based on medical evidence. It was created out of military concerns dealing with persons becoming AWOL. I'll also bring you to Dr. David Sack, CEO of Promises in Addiction, a psychiatrist who says there's absolutely no data to support 30 days is the right number. We no longer have a naive optimism that people will reach 30 days and will be free. I bring attention to Bennett Fletcher, who's a senior research psychologist at the National Institute on Drug Abuse, who says that any program under 90 days, and 90 days itself is not a magic number, but anything under there, you normally see increased relapse. And then I bring you to attention to the District Attorney of Augusta, Richmond County, who in a quoted article in the Augusta Chronicle dated June 6, 2018, asked about rehab, said it is not something that you go to rehab and in 30 days get rid of. Said this during the Columbia County Chamber of Commerce Executive Luncheon Series, and this statement was actually posted on the Hell House website. So when we look at the fact of whether it is clear that the type of facility that is even being presented is so clear to be overwhelming the needs of the interests of the community, we see that it is not clear at all. Now, I'm sure that there will be other research that could be presented to show alternate type of framework, but that is not the point. The point is that there are serious questions whether the model of rehab being presented is accurate and effective. Thus, the requirement that their position so overwhelmed the opposition, the almost complete opposition in the community of elected officials and so many other community leaders is not met. A second area to look at is, does this actually meet an unmet need? And the answer to that also we can see is no. On the Planning and Zoning Board, where I've mentioned the fact that there were other facilities that actually cater to first responders only. That was refuted, but I would also point out that just this morning, Austin Gillespie, head of first responder service, said that his facility in an email is actually the first exclusive first responder facility in the United States. The point being not a battle between who is first and who is not, but there are many first responder facilities only, and there certainly are many facilities which at least have a combination between first responders and other citizens. What you normally would find is that you may have first responders in building A and others in building B, and there's no intermixing between the two. But to say that this facility meets some unmet need that no one else in the country, that no one else is meeting, is completely inaccurate. Certainly there will be evidence to go back and forth, but that misses the point also. The evidence whether property values will decrease, whether the need is completely met, whether the model is even effective is mixed. And that is the key. Both sides can make compelling arguments, but both sides can make compelling arguments on each particular area. But that is also the key, because what it shows is that the requirement to overcome the complete ability of these neighbors to show the complete ability of these neighbors to continue to show that they are in opposition of this is not being done. The fact of the matter is that when you have this much community support against or community opposition against something, you have to show more than just mixed results. And the fact is that is the best that this facility can do. And at worst, what it really shows is that right now the model that it's using is ineffective and outdated. At its worst, what it shows is that it's not nearly the first in the country at all. But as at best, it does not overwhelm the interests of the citizens of Green Meadows. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. The gentleman's time has expired. All right, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Item number 9. A request for concurrence with the Augusta Planning Commission to approve with conditions by petition by the Hale Foundation requesting a special exception to establish an inpatient medical substance abuse center for first responders on property located at 3042 Eagle Drive.
All right, Madam Clerk, do we have someone from planning? All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the floor.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Commissioner, okay, go ahead, sir.
Just want to make a couple of quick points and then I will make a motion.
All right, very well.
I received many emails on both sides of this issue. And one of the things I did, I answered a couple of emails opposing it and asking them had they spoken with any of the members or the residents of Green Meadows. I didn't get one positive response on that. But what has bothered me even more is for supporters and these folks themselves to try and bully this commission and the citizens of Green Meadows to get this done. They resulted to personal attacks on folks, smear campaigns against elected officials, and a prominent citizens, and I will quote this comment from a very prominent Augusta citizen who supported the Hill House. I quote, "I call upon you to look beyond the ignorance, mistrust, and not in my backyard attitudes of the ill-informed," unquote. So now we are saying that the citizens of Green Meadows are retarded because they want to protect their neighborhood. I think that is just plain slanderous. Also, we have the long-term elderly citizens who live there, who asked us to protect what they invested in their neighborhood. And the Reverend also missed one other point. We rejected a rezoning request on Pleasant Home Road, and we denied that based on the request of the neighborhoods in that area. There was a business that wanted to expand on Pleasant Home Road, but we denied that request. So I'm just very disappointed that the supporters of this issue had the results of this, and they say that if you don't support this, you don't support first responders, you this and you that. I think that was very ill-advised, and I think it was just downright, well, I would just say it was just downright wrong. I move that we deny this request.
I'll second it.
We got a motion and a second. A little bit more discussion here. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think it'd be appropriate now, since we've heard from all the citizens, to also hear from the applicant, and then I have a few questions and comments after that.
Okay, who's in the chambers that can help us with that?
Mr. Sherman, his office, I think the petitioner may be present. Mr. Sherman, okay, there he is.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. And
please state your name and address for the record, please.
my name is Jim Trotter. My address is 3527 Walton Way in Augusta. Like, I'm not going to rehash. We have all been before you before. I don't have a PowerPoint. I don't have any more videos. But what I do have is a couple key points I want to answer that were raised. Mrs. Bunch used the phrase to refer to Hale House as outside interests. That couldn't be further from the truth. The Hale House has been in operation on Walker Street for 30 years. They have never, in those 30 years, have any patient from their facility, any resident of their facility, break out, leave, and cause havoc in the neighborhood or commit any crimes in the neighborhood. And that neighborhood is much more densely populated than this property, this 20 acres of wooded land we're talking about. Reverend Booker mentioned an unintentional bias, and I've heard that a lot. And I regret that it has become that. I did not believe it was. I was naive early on that I did not think this was a racial issue. But really, and I don't fault the opponents at all for being concerned. I get it. As I've told many, many people, this is an outstanding facility for the Hale House in a somewhat awkward location. But let's boil it down to what it is. It's not about traffic. We've solved that problem. We have acquired alternative access that does not require any traffic through their neighborhood. It's not about screening or fencing. We've solved that. We've agreed to all of that. The property is already heavily wooded, and we will install the requested fence that the Planning Commission suggested and approved. Keep in mind, this was recommended and approved by your Planning Commission 2 weeks ago. What this boils down to and what they've said is they fully support the Hale House, they fully support first responders, and they fully support them getting treatment for addiction. They don't want it in their backyard. It's NIMBY, not in my backyard. What they're saying is we don't want those people in our backyard. We don't want those people close to our neighborhood. Well, who are those people? Those people are addicts that need help. Those people are first responders who have become addicted to alcohol or drugs because of issues they've encountered on their job. Those people are the very ones that need help. And so those people, that is exactly, this is a perfect case for why the Federal Fair Housing Act was drafted, is to eliminate government action, that prohibits certain groups of people from living in certain places. And that's what this has become. I would defer whatever time I have remaining to Mr. Carrier to address any other questions you may have. And Commissioner Garrett, I'll stay up here as well to answer any questions you may have.
Pro Tem, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Hey, good, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Mr. Trotter, and you've addressed this commission on many occasions. The one question I have, you said about the interest piece, isn't it that the Eagle Drive street will not be closed completely, but to be used as a interest when necessary or emergencies?
We were willing to close it completely, fence it in, wall it in. The planning staff's made a recommendation that if it be approved, that it be a locked gate that were only utilized for emergency purposes as a second emergency access.
And I'm not being a smart aleck, but those emergency purposes can be whoever determined those. So thank you. I just want to clear up that point. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner from the 8th.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Trotter, for your comments about this. And, you know, I just have a few comments about Valor Station. You know, I've not been quiet about my support for it and for all first responders since I've heard about this and heard their stories of the help they've needed and had to travel long distances to go get it. You know, Valor Station will be the first of its kind in the nation. And so this is an opportunity for Augusta to be put on the map for doing good. Valor Station and the Hale House, they've, you know, met every obstacle that was placed before them, and they've addressed those in accordance with planning and zoning and other issues. But it seems like the goalpost keeps getting moved. You know, as Commissioner Sias mentioned earlier about all the phone calls and emails that we've received, I was adding them up during our meeting today, and I've received phone calls 3 to 1 in support of Valor Station. You know, and you know, there's only so much that I can say in support of this because of just the impact that it will have on the local community and for Augusta. I make a substitute motion that we approve as stated on the agenda.
Second.
All right. I've got a motion and a second for a substitute. I've got a substitute motion with a second. All right, so, all right, everybody suspend for just a moment. There's a lot of background. All right.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Trotter wants to give somebody the rest of his time.
I think we're ready.
No, I need to say, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so I'll give you an opportunity to say something, but I've got a substitute motion and a second, and then I've got a motion, Madam Clerk, from the commissioner from the 4th. with a proper second as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I think it's one of the pastors pointed out, those things, those are different developments in different parts of the city that this commission has historically supported neighborhoods. Regardless of whether it was a good project or excellent project, we've stood with the wishes of the neighborhood. And I think this should not be any different. We could say 3-1, some of those very same ones that my colleague probably got letters of support from for Valor Stations are some of the same ones who come down here and ask us to support their neighborhoods. They're hypocrites in that regard because they come and they want things in their neighborhood, but have no regard for what we want in South Augusta or in our neighborhood. Mr. Trotter went on to say about those people. Well, the very same one who went to Atlanta, Georgia, the Columbia County delegation, and go get the easement from the states are the very one that is fighting a housing development in their neighborhood right now. They don't want those people in their neighborhoods. So I think for Mr. Trotter to say that he was naive to think that race would not play an even, he was really naive. And I don't see how he could have come to that conclusion. But like I say, I can't tell another person how to think. But that just don't happen. This commission, has supported communities from day one. If you all saw today, most of this neighborhood, the neighbors who spoke from Green Meadow, those are seniors. At this point in their lives, they should be enjoying life, enjoying their grands and their great grands. But here they are for the last 5 years, have had just to fight, just to live in peace. They have a slice of heaven in South Augusta called Green Meadows. And all of a sudden, we're willing to just ignore them and force something down their throat that they don't have to have. They don't have to have this. They can live without this. This is the price. They committed no crime. They worked. God has blessed them with long life, and all they're trying to do is live in peace. And all of a sudden, we know what's best for their neighborhood. We've not done another neighborhood this way. We have not done it. And if in West Augusta, this would have been over by now. And all of us know it. There's not a commissioner in here did not say if this project was in West Augusta, it'd have been done. We'd have been through with it. I don't care if we're first responders or not. Every one of us know it if we was honest. And to force this upon that neighborhood because it's South Augusta, yes, this is about race. This is about a section of our city that many constituents have no regard for, whether from Columbia County or other parts of Richmond County. To do what the delegation of Columbia County did is unprecedented. But then again, I wouldn't say that, Mr. Mayor. They pretty much, when you was a senator, they drew one senator in, one precinct, so to control Augusta. So now they've made a further encroachment upon Augusta to totally ignore the delegation that was elected by Richmond County residents to come and do and tell us what's best for Richmond County. For me, any commissioner, if you was for it, that ought to be enough there to say, do I matter? Do I matter as a commissioner? Do I matter? How long will my vote count? How long will I matter if Columbia County can just go up there and force and twist the arms of Richmond County elected officials and disregard them? And at the same time, just yesterday, 2 articles, not one article, I got 2 articles here, where Columbia County is opposing a housing development who has those very same delegation members in the state fighting for this not to be in Columbia County, but at the same time fighting for what they want in our community in Green Meadow. You don't become a bigger hypocrite than that. And we ought to not support this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you to the gentleman from the 6th. Your points are very salient and very valid. I have lived through this conversation of encroachment, and it is still yet well before us. I'll talk about that in a minute. I'm going to the commissioner from the 9th and then the 1st.
Thank you.
Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. I was sitting back just listening. I understand about the neighborhood and I support the neighborhood. But just because Columbia County and other counties have mistreated people and not treated people as fairly as we think they ought to, just last meeting, we had an issue on Walking Road where the neighbors come out against a home project out there, and we voted with the project because it was the right thing to do. One size don't fit all. Now, I'm concerned, my main concern is about the people who need to be treated. Now, they was going through that neighborhood, going in that neighborhood, I said before, they had an alternative route. I would support it, and I'm going to support it. I'm saying that we can sit here and point fingers at each other, but who doing what? But I mean, I can go down the line and on his own commission and point some fingers. Now we're going to start that. But I'm worried and I'm concerned about folks who wants to get help, and we are brothers keepers saying, "But I don't want it in my backyard." This is a piece of property that's adjacent, not in the neighborhood, but adjacent to the neighborhood. This is a piece of property that was already there, and most people don't even know where it is. The average person, black or white, blue or green, cannot tell you where it is even located at. It's been hidden back there for all these years when the nuns was back there. So here I am today. I'm supporting the effort because I realize how people who are sick, whether it be physically sick or mental sick or drugs or alcohol, sick is still sick. And if you was in trouble, if you was dining out, if you meet the people I meet every day on the street who hustling.
They can't go there.
If you meet the people I meet every day on the street that's hustling, that want to get off of drugs, that got nowhere to go, that nobody to depend on. Somebody was talking earlier about the count of the homeless people. If you're gonna count the homeless people who are left out, so we can add to the homeless crowd all we want to. We got a motion and on both sides, Mr. Mayor. It's time to vote now. I'm not here to play in a game. I say again, I support the neighborhood. I think the neighborhood will be protected, and I think it will be. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be supporting it. But I get sick of people acting on one side, and then another side you act differently. You all had the same drive, the same effort every time you got an issue. The issue ought to be the same. Can't pick your issue when you want to get out there, get in front of people and say, "Well, I'm gonna do this." You need to do what's right. What is right for mankind. Now, if you were going in the neighborhood and disrupt them, they had not one incident yet at the present location. Now, there are people walking the street and homeless. That's one thing. I got enough of that. And I don't need no more people walking the street, sharing their problems, throwing trash, breaking in and abandoning. I wouldn't want nothing to happen in that neighborhood, not one house over there. But I believe this facility is a good facility for the community, for those who need the help, for those who are struggling, those who are down, those who are out.
Mr. Mayor, can we move forward?
All right.
Move forward.
Commissioner from the fourth. Commissioner from the first.
I had the flow, Mr. Mayor. Now I'm gonna let this go, but you don't interrupt me because somebody want to say something now. Everybody had all the time they wanted. They had all the time they wanted. Now you ain't gonna
Commissioner from the
don't want to hear. I don't
Commissioner from the ninth. Commissioner from the ninth. Your time has expired. I'm going to the commissioner for the first. Commissioner from the first.
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna make this real short.
Yes, sir.
I can remember a couple of years ago when there was a proposal to convert vacant lots into parking lots in the Holly Street, Augusta Avenue area. And there were several meetings held at Antioch Baptist Church. And the people in that community came out and said, we don't want it in our community. They said we didn't want it in our community. And the first time it came before the commission, we voted it down. But 3, 4, 5 months later, against the wishes of the people in that community, we passed it.
And only thing I'm looking for or ask for out of my colleagues is consistency. If you're gonna adhere to the wishes of the community in one neighborhood, you need to adhere to the wishes of the community in all neighborhoods.
All right. Madam Clerk, I think we've got a substitute motion as well as the main motion. We will take up the matter of the substitute first.
Substitute motion is to approve. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Abstaining.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
No.
Mr. Sias,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams, is he muted? He's out.
Yeah.
Commissioner Williams, Dennis muted. You're muted. Unmute yourself, sir. We'll pause, Madam Clerk, just for a moment.
Okay, I'm back.
All right.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Marion Williams. Mr. Marion Williams.
Hold on a minute. Madam Clerk, he's muted.
Yes.
That motion fails 5-4 with Mr. Hassan, Mr. Sias, Mr. Bobby Williams, and Mr. Dennis Williams voting no, Commissioner Fenoy abstaining.
All right, Madam Clerk, back to the main motion.
This main motion is to deny the special exception request. Mr. Clark,
No.
Ms. Davis,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
I'm abstaining.
Mr. Franum,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
No.
That motion fails 4-5-1 with Mr. Clark, Ms. Davis, Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett, and Mr. Marion Williams voting no, Mr. Fenoy abstaining.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to go to item number 31. And we're going to take up 31. We're going to take up 31 and 32 in the same conversation. Items 31 and 32, okay?
Item 31 is a resolution to ratify the execution of the Coronavirus Relief Fund Terms and Condition Agreement. Item number 32 is to receive an update from the Administrator Mayor's offices regarding funds received from the CARES Act.
Okay. I want to draw everybody's attention to your notebooks and the resolution. As an aside, if you're downtown or wherever you are, you may be able to see, hear, and feel this. And there's a lot of thunder and lightning going on. They tell me, Madam Clerk, that God moving his furniture around. So I'm not sure.
Can't argue with that, Mr. Mayor, because all belong to him.
Yeah, they moving his furniture around. So,
Mr. Mayor, he was just trying to tell us that he was very displeased at our behavior.
Well, when in the old way, whenever he was moving his furniture around, everybody was supposed to sit down and shut up.
Got the television.
All right. Again, item 31 and 32, we're going to have, let's see here. We'll get some folks in the room to help us with this conversation. All right. I've got the commissioner from the 5th. Go ahead, sir. State your inquiry.
The 6th or the 5th?
The 5th.
He said the 5th, but I'll leave your whatever to you. Look, Mr. Mayor, I'm looking specifically at 32. I understand that we already have about $3 million that has come in that we've already used. My understanding, we've got somewhere close to $7 million left.
All right, suspend for a moment. We don't have $7 million left. We haven't gotten that allocation yet. All we've received from the state is a $3 million allocation at this point.
Okay.
So if we do right by the $3 million, we're hoping and praying that we're gonna get the remaining 7.
Okay. But what I want to request, I think I talked to Commissioner Dennis Williams, I've talked to Commissioner Ben Hassan. They want to kind of sit down and talk about, if we get this other 7 million, kind of want to sit down and talk about it, how we can use it to help the community out. And I'm finished.
Okay. All right. Let's do this. I got a lot of hands. All right, let's get, I'll get some more hands, but I want to get the resolution. All right, I'm going to the commissioner from the 6th.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we put together, we have a special call meeting to discuss this. As you know, just yesterday, we got some additional information how these funds could be utilized. And so we know you're talking about $10 million as a, 3, 7, whatever, get that. And then there's potentially more money to come. And so let's just have a full-throated conversation to understand all of this here, all the options. We got money yesterday for not GMA. What's the other one is? The other organization?
ACCG.
ACCG. Yeah. From them. Who?
ACCG.
ACCG. From them as well, Mr. Mayor. Let's do a special call meeting Monday and let's do a full conversation around this and not take any actions on this today, so we can really understand exactly what we're doing. I know you've already signed that letter for sure. We need to probably do that, I think, for sure. But the rest of this here, we need to have a full-throated conversation about how we're going to utilize these funds.
So everybody suspend again for a minute. We're combining conversations. Maybe I shouldn't have done that at this point. But item number 32, the request for an update. I mean, the update is simple. All of the appropriate paperwork to open and establish Augusta's access to the portal was done at the point in time that we received it. Our first disbursement was received on the 1st of August, and that was $3.1072 million. And we have that. This body in our most recent meeting talked about expenditures up to about $2 million. And you voted on that in our previous meeting. That would effectively account for most of the first disbursement of $3.1 million. So we can put that in the parking lot in terms of what that update is. All of the information, emails, et cetera, that are being sent from ACCG, GMA, let me say this, those two organizations are working in concert together. That is how we arrived at this 3-phased approach that the governor has agreed to in terms of disbursements. That is how we got to that place. Those two organizations working together hand in hand. And so what you all are hearing is that there are other cities that are taking those additional disbursements and using them to stand up community efforts around a variety of things. I do not disagree that it's prudent for us to talk about that and maybe have some real discussion about that. But I don't want us to put the cart before the horse. This resolution, Director Williams, is specific to us moving in concert with the requests for, 1, receipt of those disbursements, and then 2, the governing authority resolving that we're going to use those in concert with all the rules and regulations. Is that not true, Director Williams?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, all right, so this is not, the resolution is not, how do you disperse the remaining $7 million? That's not what that should be.
Yeah, and I realize that, Mr. Mayor. That's why I say I don't mind not holding up the resolution, but I'd like to make a motion that we have a special call meeting, discuss a full authority conversation about the future potential of the CARES Act funds. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all.
For Monday at 11 o'clock. Can I get a second on that?
Well, I suspend. Let's hold before we set a date. Let's look at the calendar before we do that, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Well,
All right, let me get some more hands. I'm going to the commissioner from the 2nd, and then the 4th, and then the 10th. Let me get some hands. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mr.
Matt, is the thing working?
We hear you, sir.
Matt, Commissioners, you can.
We hear you. You just muted yourself.
How about now?
We heard you. Go ahead.
You're still muted.
Commissioner Williams, you're on. You're on.
Thank you, ma'am. One of my concerns is that, you know, I looked at the chart that we have back here behind the item number, and the numbers are different than the one I seen yesterday, just a little different. But one of my main concerns is that we do take some of those funds and set them aside for small businesses, minority businesses, and some of the nonprofits to help them get through the epidemic, whatever thing is that we have. And that's something that I think we really need to sit down and address that and look at how it's going to be managed and even evaluated. Because it's like the grant program that we started here in Richmond County. There's been a lot of complaints, I guess, or talk about how difficult the application process is. And that's something that we really don't want to make it difficult for small business to try to have an opportunity to apply for some assistance, but yet the application process is so great, and yet that they're small, they can't accomplish that. So I just want to make sure that we set aside from here, or whatever word you want to use, a reasonable amount of money that can help the small businesses here in Augusta.
All right, let's do this. Let's do this because I don't want us to get off track. What you just articulated, Commissioner, from the SACA is consistent with what the Commissioner from the 6th is requesting. So in just a second, the first motion we'll take is a motion to adopt the resolution. That's what we'll do. The second thing we'll do then is talk about having a meeting to talk about potential uses pursuant to eligibility requirements of those funds, okay? All right, well, Commissioner from the 2nd, go ahead.
The only issue I have with going ahead approving the resolution right now about who it gives direct and authority to identify as the official city to act in connection with the grant application. So that means that individual would approve the grant. Or am I reading it differently? We'll just hope. We'll wait until Ben's meeting.
Let me get the Commissioner from the 4th. I'll come back to you.
Okay, I'm fine.
Thank you. I have one simple request I want to get from the finance director's office is I want to get a complete breakdown of what we have spent with the funds that we've already received. That includes the small business program or any other expenses that we've reimbursed or paid for from the COVID fund that we've already received. That's what I want to know. And I appreciate if I can get that in the email.
Okay. I just want to make.
All right, very well. Okay. All
right. Got that, Ms. Williams?
You got it.
I will have to get the piece that belongs to the small business because that is administered through Housing and Neighborhood, but I can get that from Mr. Welcher.
want to know exactly what we spent the money on the expenses, whatever they are. Thank you.
Right. Commissioner from the 8th.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the full amounts as Commissioner Sias was talking about earlier. And I'm hoping Donna will be able to get all that material to us. And, you know, as Commissioner Dennis Williams stated earlier, he'd like to set some aside for, you know, helping the small businesses. I think that if we end up with more than we anticipate, a great use for these additional funds would be to help pay down the streetlight costs that we're currently, you know, we're charging our taxpayers right now to help make up the difference. This would be a great opportunity to use this to help make that fund whole. I'm not sure why people are laughing. I mean, I'm being dead serious about this. But
well, I don't want you to die, and I appreciate you being dead serious, but let's be living serious on this about eligible uses of those funds, and we certainly can discuss it. So I'm just laughing again. I appreciate your request, Diaper Dandy. All right, Commissioner for the 10th. I tell you, y'all are too much. Commissioner for the 10th, go ahead.
You know, I was waiting for him to say sidewalks too.
Yeah, I knew I was too.
So that's only the one in Hillsville that hadn't been fixed in 8 years.
Oh, 8 years is good.
All right.
That's all.
All right, Commissioner from the 10th, he waves.
That I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. All right, very good. Commissioner from the 2nd, one more again.
I'd like to make a motion to receive item 32 as information. And I'd like to make a recommendation on item 31 that we vote on the resolution after our special meeting.
Donna, is it not true that this is a time-sensitive document pursuant to our OPB paperwork requirements? Do we have to have this in by the end of the month?
The expenditures have to be submitted in 2 phases. I have to submit around for the first 3.1 in order to turn around and get approved for the 7th. And this entire exercise has to be completed prior to September the 1st.
Okay, that's not what I asked you.
I don't have an answer for the time sensitivity of the resolution.
Okay, well then, I think the commissioner's efforts are in order then. We'll receive 31 and 32 as information.
Yeah, I do a second on the 2.
Yeah, we'll receive both of them as information.
Can we schedule a meeting for Monday, 11 o'clock?
Well, we're gonna look at that, Commissioner. I mean, I need to talk with my clerk before we just put a meeting on the calendar right now.
We can vote on it. We can change it. That way we know we got something in place when we leave here.
He ain't got nowhere to be.
That's what it sounds like.
That's right.
That's what it sounds like. Oh my goodness. So before we take a motion on that, Commissioner, let's let Madam Clerk and Administrator Sims and the rest of us get together, because I don't want everybody. We got a series of things that are going on right now. We postponed a SPLOST work session that needs to be rescheduled. We have budget meetings that are coming up that needs to also be scheduled. So let's make sure we do all of that in a thoughtful way, if you don't mind. I hear your urgency and wanting to do it, but give us until Thursday to have a date set and certain, okay?
Thursday,
this week, do that.
Yeah, I kind of say one more thing, Mr. Mayor, because one thing I do understand, and Ms. Donna, I don't want to cross your words up there. I do know by September the 1st, I do know you've already signed the document, and so it does give the right to sign it prematurely, but the commission has to ratify it. I think it's our best interest to be done ratified by the 1st when they get there, so there won't be any kind of hangnails out there that they may complain about. That's why I was trying to get something done by Monday. We signed the document and all that kind of good stuff. So early part of the week is fine. I'm fine.
But you're talking about two different things. That's what I'm saying. We're trying to lump too many things together. The first response is for the expenditures for the first allocation,
Right.
and we know what that is. And so
Right.
that has to be done by 1 September, okay? And the hope after that is the remaining 70% are the next two allocations, hopefully what we rolled up and brought forward. That's where you want to be in terms of having a conversation about how do we use these resources to do good in the community. That's a separate conversation, Commissioner Song, and it can happen. The first time, the first milestone is September 1, which is the current set of expenditures that we have on the books right now. That can be submitted. We have to ratify what they are, to your point, but that's a separate conversation about how you use the remaining $7 million.
Let me try this a different way, Mr. Mayor. Will we have that meeting, if not Monday, one day next week?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. All right, then. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. So, Madam Clerk will communicate a date certain and time Thursday.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner from the 5th.
will the administrator bring some examples of what we can use the money on?
We can do that.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Fantastic.
Mr. Mayor, can we go to the?
Okay, let's get to moving.
Can we go to the one about the disparity study and approve that, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, well, if y'all just let me finish now. So items 31 and 32, we're going to receive as information, Madam Clerk. Okay.
Okay.
Which takes us back to the addendum items on the agenda.
So the record would show that we're receiving 31 and 32 as information without objection. Is that okay?
Without objection.
That's
Okay.
All right. The matters before us, remaining items are item 40, addendum agenda items number 2, Superior Court, number 3, Fire Department, number 4, disparity study. And again, Commissioner from the 4th has got requests out here for the disparity study. So we'll go to that one, Madam Clerk.
All right. Item number 4 is to consider award for the disparity study. It says motion to approve RFP 2177 2021 disparity award to Griffin and Strong, subject to the execution of a contract.
Motion to approve.
how much is it gonna cost?
The financial impact is $341,580.
You already have the money, then we put the money aside.
I know that.
Okay.
I just want to know how much.
I'll second.
I'll second it.
Okay.
I've got a motion and a second.
For Mr. Bobby Williams, is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk. So, Madam Clerk, suspend for a moment. Commissioner from the 1st, Stakes Inquiry.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have a problem with doing a disparity study, but the problem that I have is that whether the commission is going to be responsive and address the issues that came up in the disparity study. The last disparity study we had, I think we spent over $500,000 to have that disparity study done, and it just sat on the shelf. I don't want to spend $300,000 to have another disparity study done and no action is taken as a result of the findings of that disparity study.
I agree, Commissioner, wholeheartedly.
Commissioner from the 10th.
I'm going to have to sum up what the commissioner from the 1st said, that how many disparity studies have we paid for and nothing is ever done. It's kind of nitpicked and never really done anything with. So, I'll
We
tell
have
you,
a different commission today.
I just can't support it.
I didn't think so. Can we vote, Mr. Mayor?
That was uncalled for, Ben.
All right. Madam Clerk, we've got a motion and a second for the addendum item regarding the disparity study. Voted.
Mr. Clark,
No.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Frenham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Abstain.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Mr. Clark voting no, Mr. Garrett abstaining, Ms. Davis out.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
let's deal with the Superior Court situation.
Did you ask Jeff to bring online the representative from the court in case the commission has questions, sir?
Okay.
He's in the waiting room.
All right. Do we know his name?
Mr. Holden
I got him.
Shriver. Mr. Holden Shriver.
He's coming in now. Well, I think he's trying to reconnect. Jeff, we seem to have lost Holden. They were being brought in a moment ago and then they disappeared.
Mayor Davis, he was on for a few seconds and then he just disconnected. I'll give him a few seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Glenn. I'm not sure. We'll try one more time.
One more time. One more time.
All right. Well, if we see them come back, we'll come back to that item. Madam Clerk, we're going to move on to the fire department. We'll come back to that issue.
Okay, item 22 is still open.
I got that one as well.
Okay.
We'll go to fire.
3 on the addendum agenda is a motion to approve a memorandum of agreement between the Georgia Department of Public Health and Augusta, Georgia to serve as a close point of dispensing in the event of a declared emergency.
All right, we've got EMA Director James. Chief James, if you want to speak to the matter, this is the MOU.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Commission. This is the MOU with the Department of Public Health dealing with the closed pod, which is a point of dispensing where the federal government, in cases that we're dealing with like now, national pandemic, and they have vaccines, antibiotics, and this type of medication that they want to dispense to the public. A closed pod means that they will bring it to our location and it is not open for the public, but they first administer it to essential workers, public safety, first responders, and essential workers so that they can be vaccinated, so that throughout a pandemic, those personnel can continue to do their jobs in supporting the community as a whole. And so to get this, as you know, we're in this COVID-19, and at the point where a vaccine is tested and created, then that would be dispensed to communities throughout the country. And the first folks that they want to do it with would be the first responders, essential personnel, not just first responders, but essential personnel within the city to keep cities operating. And that's what this agreement was. It would allow us to be a part of that. And when a vaccine or whatever is created, that would come to our location. It would not be mandatory that a person took that shot, but it would be offered so that first responders and their families, essential workers like your utility workers and other things to keep a city moving, would be vaccinated so that they could then continue to do their jobs.
All right, Commissioner from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, I think you might have just said you did say what I was going to ask you, but I want to, hoping, praying, and approving this document that the taking of vaccination is very clear for the firefighters and everybody else. It is not mandatory if they choose not to take it.
Correct. It is not mandatory.
That need to be very clear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, so not only does that need to be clear, but more importantly, that is not included in the MOU. Is that not correct? That, again, the distribution of the vaccine, that language is not included in the MOU. It speaks specifically to the fact that you will be a closed pod. Is that not true?
Right, right.
Okay.
So if you don't have a closed pod agreement, then they won't consider your community
right.
for it. So you have to have this agreement in place up front so that when the government does dispense this vaccines or whatever, it's not just for COVID. I mean, it's for antibiotics if it was a different type of event, but you have to have this agreement in place before they will consider bringing you the resources that are used in a strategic national stockpile.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right. Got a motion from the 4th, second from the 6th. Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Franum,
You muted for now.
Yes.
okay. Is Mr. Franum out, sir?
He is muted. The commissioner from the 3rd is gone, and the commissioner from the Mayor Pro Tem is simply muted.
Okay. Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Son,
Yes.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Dennis, you're muted, sir.
Mr. Marion Williams is out.
I'm a yes.
Okay.
Branham's a yes. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm a yes.
Dennis is back, Madam Clerk.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay.
All right, what's your vote?
Oh, my vote was yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner M. Williams from the 9th.
I believe he's offline, sir. I don't see. Is he off?
He's here, but he's something.
I don't.
Count the vote, please.
All right, Madam Clerk.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis and Mr. Marion Williams out.
Okay, I don't see Holden Schreiber. I don't see that individual in the waiting room. We're going to proceed with item number 22 and number 40.
Okay, item number 22 is approved Housing and Community Development Department's request to provide funding for architectural drawings for the facade improvement of the Armstrong Galleria Shopping Center identified as 851 Laney Walker Boulevard, part of the Laney Walker Bethlehem Revitalization Project.
I believe
Number 6.
Mr. Son had the question.
I know he got a question. Everybody suspend. We got it. We're good. All right, I've got Daniel Evans by way of Hawthorne Welcher. All right, the commissioner from the 6th has a question.
Where is he? I don't know who I'm talking
He's
to.
right there. You're talking to
this,
Director Welch.
this Dr. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch,
Yeah.
in looking at this request here, I don't think in looking at the information in the back, it's not spelling out to us. It's talking about $45,000 hire an architect, but at the same time, how many of these businesses, how many of these locations do we own that you finna do this for? The architecture drawing and show what you're going to do a facade on.
So currently, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, currently Augusta, Georgia Land Bank owns 4 bays, 4 of the total 11 bays. Of the 11 bays, 7 are currently active.
I'm talking on we're talking about on the James Brown side that you're doing the whole facility.
We're going to do a facade improvement on the James Brown side as well as the internal Laney Walker side as well.
So how many do we own on the James Brown side?
So, okay, so on that James Brown side, you would have the Penny Savings Bank would be probably the only one. The other 3 that you own would be the next to the Family Dollar.
Well, the only thing, okay, let me save time, Mr. Welch, to get right to my concern about it, is that's what you're not showing here, is that you've already engaged with those business owners that are going to allow you to do a facade on their property.
That's
It'd been nice that we've been in conversation with them. They are in agreement with it. So as a result of that, we need to get an architectural drawing to give them some idea of what it's going to look like. So that's not in here because you would normally think if you look at it, if you didn't know, you would assume that we own these properties, but you're about to do a facade on, and that's not the case. You know, we own all these properties. And that would have been, we had that information and say, well, we don't own all the property. We're speaking with the business owners, getting their legal permission to do a facade on their properties. That was no way in here, and that concerned me.
Yes, sir. Could I speak on that if I may?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Okay. So of course the approval is to move forward with architectural design. We feel like it will help enhance the services being provided by the Galleria Small Business. As you indicated, Commissioner Hassan, all owners have been informed. There was a meeting in December of 2019, and to date, there's been no opposition that's been shown. We have not met with the owners of the Family Dollar. Also, there will be no indebtedness to any of the owners. Merely, this is a CDBG economic development project, and if approved, we will move to create a construction Gantt chart schedule that will include timelines, and we'll also move to meet with the owners and the tenants to discuss job creation as well as easement granting, as you indicated.
I mean, I think you still, my point was, I think that should have been in here to let the commission know that some of these properties that we do not own, that we're about to do a facade on, and they're going to get their permission. See, because we even think that we own these properties, and we don't own all these properties. That's all I'm saying. The rest of the good deal to do a facade in there, but that part should have been in here as well. I just happen to know that, and I think it should have been included in the document.
Yes,
all right, I'm going to chime in. I've got a couple of hands. I've got a commissioner from the 1st, and then the commissioner from the 9th. Director Welcher, what's the source of funding for this?
CDBG funding.
And the amount of?
$45,000 for the architect design.
Okay. Effectively, what we're doing is we're giving facade grants to anyone in Armstrong Galleria. Is that effectively what's happening?
That's correct, but in this instance, we are doing a comprehensive facade project to include the entire Galleria outside of excluding the Penny Savings Bank and the Family Dollar.
I understand. Okay. Commissioner from the 1st.
Mr. Mayor, I've had been approached by several business owners who would like to locate in Armstrong Galleria, but if you look at the condition and the way especially on the Laney Walker side, they don't want to invest in that community. So I think that if we put an investment into this project, I think it will pay out for us in the long run by creating jobs and and bringing businesses to that area.
Okay. All right, we're gonna give everybody a chance to determine that here in just a moment. Commissioner to the ninth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a minute amount. Okay, thank you, sir. I agree with Mr. Welcher. I think that to put something together to show the people, let them physically and with their own eyes see what it could look like, it would enhance. We already got work going on Lane and Walker now, from Lane and Walker down to, I guess, Broad. Enhancement work already being done. This ought to go hand in hand along with the Penn and Saving Bank. We talked about doing some work inside that building, but first you got to have a vision. And if we get an architect to put something on paper, however he puts it down, that we can look at, will help us understand what it's going to look like. So Commissioner Hassan said he noted that people hadn't been notified, but we're not doing any work. I mean, it's not going to cost them anything. The CBG money. So the stuff we put together ought to be something they can buy into. So if there's not a motion to approve this, I want to go ahead and make that motion. If it's not, hopefully get a second and go ahead and get this moving.
I'll second it.
All right, very well. Got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Rolling.
out. Is he muted or is he out?
He's muted.
He's muted. Okay, Mr. Hassan,
Yes.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
and Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis and Mr. Garrett out.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, I'm gonna go back to Holden Shriver.
Is he in?
He is being brought in.
Okay. He's in, sir. Item number 2 is a motion to approve additional position to increase the number of cases directed to mediation and add a family law component to assist self-represented litigants throughout the Augusta Judicial Circuit Courts.
All right, Holden, you're muted at this time if you'll unmute, and there may be some questions if you want to walk us through what's going on. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
well, sorry for the technical issues. Again, my name is Holden Shriver. I'm a staff attorney for the Superior Court. The position we're asking for approval for is part of the Alternative Dispute Resolution Program. And that program within the court has its own ADR fund, which is comprised of filing fees from cases filed in all 3 counties. And this position, just like any other position, ADR will be paid for out of that fund. So there will be no financial impact on Richmond County. The city will be reimbursed for the whole cost of the position out of that fund.
Commissioner from the ninth.
No question, man. I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a quick question.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner from the sixth.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was trying to respond to someone else. And I heard him say the funds, the money that's in that fund, the money come from all 3 counties?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what's the salary going to be?
I don't have the exact number in front of me, but I believe it's about 53,000.
So the money comes from all 3 counties. So are you all asking us to put about 3,000, even though we're going to be reimbursed? Or are you actually each county put in their choice?
It comes from the filing fees of all 3 counties. So that fund is under the control of the Board of Trustees. So it's entirely separate and fully funded by those filing fees. There's no direct.
Okay, but that's not my question. My question is, at this time, are you asking us, even though the money that's in that account might belong to 3 counties, I'm asking you right now, but you're asking us to put up all 53,000. That's what you're asking us.
Well, the entire amount will be reimbursed to the city out of that fund.
Okay.
All
All
right.
right, any other questions? All right, we've got a motion to approve. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Clark, Ms. Davis, Mr. Franham,
Yes,
What
ma'am.
about the noise?
yes, sir. Mr. Fenoy,
Y'all jumped all over me.
He even had his mute off.
Yeah, my feelings hurt. I'm gonna say yes. Wait, I'm gonna say yes anyway.
well, I appreciate that.
Hey, just say yes twice, that's all.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Son,
No.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams. He's muted, sir. Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Dennis Williams.
Okay, Mr. Clark, are you wanting to vote?
Yes,
You're voting yes? Okay,
yes,
thank you.
you're welcome.
That motion carries with Mr. Hassan voting no and Ms. Davis out.
Thank you.
Okay, Holden, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, we've got one more matter that's before us. That's item number 40. And going into it, there's a request to waive a second reading, and I object to that.
Item number 40 is to approve ordinances restating the 1945 and 49 pension plan and submission to the IRS for favorable determination letter and waive the second reading.
All right, I believe we've got Tim Schreier to talk about that, but again, I object to the waiving of the second reading. All right, Tim, if you give us a quick update about that, I believe you're reporting on the item number 40. All right, sir. I don't know if he can hear us. Tim, can you hear us?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I was having a little technical difficulty. This is just an update to the 45 and 49 pension plans. IRS regulations come along every time and we have to update them. And this is just a pro forma adjustment. There's no change to the benefits or anything else. It's just making sure we're in compliance with the regulations.
So move.
Second.
All right, got a motion, Madam Clerk, from the 9th, second from the second, with a question from the Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, what's your objection to a formality of waiving the second reading? Like, what was the?
Well, because we turned the second reading into a formality, and that's just not good practice.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
could you please inquire, Mr. Schroer, is there an urgency? I believe John had mentioned to me possibility of urgency or timeline in terms of the end of the month.
Oh, chicken.
We're not aware of one.
Okay. I want.
Where's Crossway?
Oh, okay.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, I believe the motion is to approve the ordinances for the 1945 and 49 pensions. And we'll have second reading at the appropriate time.
Yeah. Be at the next meeting.
That's correct.
The first meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis out.
Madam Clerk, I believe that is all the business that's before us today.
Yes, sir.
You handled it well, Mr. Mayor. You got it
Members
through.
of the commission, thank y'all for your hard work and
See
stay
y'all
safe. Wear a mask, wash your hands, watch your distance. Until we meet again.
Hey, what time is that meeting tomorrow, Mayor?
10:30.
All right. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Send us all links now.
I believe you all have received the link already, sir.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Have a good one.